Let's see how much we can get out of tonight. Last night was NFL Monday. Somebody gave me a great idea. They said, Aki, listen, we get it, you can't stream every day, but you should probably try to structure your stream, especially around football. There's football on Thursday, but I think we could stream that. There's definitely football Sunday. So maybe you take Sunday and Mondays off. But I don't like taking Mondays off. Well, Monday I want to do it early. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Okay, anyway, what's good with y'all? What's good with y'all? What's good with y'all, people? The war in Ratlanta is taking a brief intermission. Okay? Taking a brief intermission. I've been told there is much more to come. The war in Ratlanta will not stop. Okay? I'm hearing there's paperwork coming out on other rappers. It's a telethon, literally. There's a lot more to be revealed. Sealed paperwork. A lot of chattery going on with police officers. They're talking on private cell phones, wiretaps, back of police cars. The war in Ratlanta is going to be one of the highlights, along with the Diddy case, of 2025. Remember, I told you that. It's not done yet, but I think maybe season 1 may have. You ever see a show that take a mid-season break? Don't worry about this one. Anyway, still more to be covered. Do want to say welcome, y'all. Welcome, my people. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm sorry for my tardiness and my lateness. It's 10:30. I know some of y'all it's at bedtime. But we're going to get to it. We do have to talk about a couple of things. YNW Melly might be cooked. Might be a wrap, people. It appears. Oh, by the way, you know what's so funny today? Oh, by the way, y'all got to go. So we're dropping, and I don't mean to promo, but like, this made sense. We're dropping new merch. And we're finally dropping some merch for the truckers. Now, everybody knows I love the truckers who listen to me and watch me and everything like that. So tell me how today. I've been building my little pool house in the back or whatever, pool shed, whatever you want to call it. And today, like some truck, I wasn't expecting a delivery really, but a truck just showed up in front of my house. Now, usually, if it's like a delivery thing or whatever, I order my shit from Home Depot. So it'll be the Home Depot thing, right? Or if I order from Amazon, it's like UPS, so it's clear, or you'll see Amazon Prime, they deliver. It's just a motherfucking weird-ass truck that pulled up. Anyway, they were actually dropping off some big-ass windows that I actually bought for the spot. However, in me being cautious, I can't that, you know what I mean? Oh, thank God for home court. Anyway, I go out to see what's popping. I'm like, don't tell me it's another process server trying to get me for another deposition. It actually turned out to be, and I guess after, I don't know how this nigga spotted me because he was way down at the gate. He said, is that academics? Turns out it's a chat nigga. He said, bro, I'm one of the niggas who listen to you all day long. I drive around, and I hope I give him a shout out if he's watching. He's like, I drive around, like we're like third party contracted by Home Depot to fucking drop off A, B, C, and D. And we listen to you all day long. We're listening to you right now in the truck. So salute to those great men. I actually wish I had some like money on me. I didn't have cash on me. I would have given them a tip. But I appreciate those guys. And I appreciate all my truckers who do rock with the chat. Okay. So let me get back to the topics. So first and foremost, it appears that YNW Melly might be completely cooked, right? We're going to get into, and probably a lot more than I wanted to, we're going to get into what this case is. I've spoke to so many different people, and I saw today there was a lot of confusion, especially with the YNW Melly trial, what it means, and his co-defendant YNW Bortlen taking a plea. I've termed what this guy has done as the Gunna plea. And I've gotten a lot of people who, they're either Gunna fans who feel offended. I've gotten other people who are like, no, that's not the real thing. And I've even gotten the lawyer. And by the way, the lawyer of Bortlen is offering to come on here. We're probably not going to have him on tonight, but we'll probably have him on tomorrow if you want to get on here. Every lawyer now is like, this is the same way the lawyer of Gunna probably told Gunna, like, no, there's no way they could call you a snitch. Like, you're great. All you told him was YSL was a gang and that these niggas do crimes. But that's a Halford plea. That's what you do. So we're going to talk about that too, okay? We have some information, okay? We'll go down that. Again, we're going to use logic, reason, and then we're going to use actual factual sources, and we're just going to have to work this out. Along with that, what else is going on in hip-hop? 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine is going crazy at Gunna. Not Gunna. I mean, Young Thug. Apparently, they've been going buck wild. I got an interesting phone call. Someone told me, they said, yo, could you tell 6ix9ine to chill? Because 6ix9ine has allegedly, and I don't mean to dox both of these guys, and just to show you how ironic it is, Thug lives in Miami now. 6ix9ine lives in Miami, or one of his places in Miami. They live in the same building. That's an awkward conversation when you get on the elevator. Hey, you just made a new diss song, call me a rat. Well, you call me a rat. Well, we're both, wait, who's the rat? So apparently, I got a couple like, hey, listen, you do know they both live in the same building type of shit. So apparently Young Thug and 6ix9ine live in the same condo. Holy, ain't that interesting? Or building, whatever. We'll get into that. Drake over here beefing with Kaicenat, seemingly. We're going to get into that. Looked like Drake dropped a little subliminal. Kai was on stream. He tried to call Drake. Drake dubbed it. He is in Paris, so maybe time didn't matter. We'll kind of get into that. Also, Kai is like on the way to YoungBoy's concert. I kind of feel like, man, chat, did I blow the bag? Not even the bag, because it wasn't a bag opportunity. I don't look at it like that. Did I blow the chance? Like, chat, I hit them up, well, or, you know, obviously, like, YoungBoy's like fam. Like, YoungBoy's team is like fam. I tell them I'm coming to the first two shows. I go to the first two shows. Streaming backpack is abysmal. By the way, I'm uploading vlog footage right now, like upstairs. That the editors could work on it, because I was late on that too. But anyway, I was supposed to stream the first YoungBoy shows. And I feel like there's much more hype that the YoungBoy shows has taken on. But a lot of people, and again, I'm not tooting my own horn, so I don't want you to be like, yo, you big-headed. I've told y'all exactly what goes on these shows. This is YN Central. This is how the energy is. It's one of the craziest shows. And again, I'm not saying I'm the most influential people, but I do see now everybody, even non-YB fans. YB fans are going to go check out the shows regardless, so I got nothing to do with that. But I see the culture kind of looking over like, you know, the culture is filled with dick riders, so everybody wants to look and be like, oh, wait, what's the new wave? And I'm talking about mostly rappers, because I see rappers are like, I even hear rappers hit me be like, yo, bro, why you acting like YB got the best show? And I'm like, I never said he has the best show. He has the best audience. I've gone to all of y'all shows. Y'all audience is tame. His audience is straight YNs. And I know we're in the age of being at a concert and going like this the entire time. YB fans is enjoying this shit like it's their last meal before execution. I'm telling you the truth. They're like, I've been to Travis Scott shows, Drake shows. I've been to name an artist. Pretty much I've been to most artists mainstream. I haven't been to a Baby show, but I haven't even heard nothing about Baby shows to make it seem like it's some crazy shit. But name whoever you think is like this great performer. I've been to their show. I'm not talking about performance. I'm not saying YB's the best performer. I'm not saying that. I'm saying YB has the best fans. And what I mean by that, his fans is enjoying the concert like if them tickets cost $200, they withdrew or they overdrafted their account to get there, and they ain't gonna be there. There's some nigga shows I go to. I went to the Kendrick concert. Now, granted, and this is the funny part, you know, Kendrick told me all this culture shit. Kendrick concert was like 80% white people, right? And there's nothing wrong with white people, right? But the point is, you could tell most of them were just like, yeah, dude, like, it's Kendrick Lamar, dude. Like, we're going to go check him out. Like he's pro-black, right? We support black lives. It was kind of that. It wasn't like, you know how Kendrick be talking about he's the culture? It wasn't that, gang. When I go to the YB show, that's the culture. I go to Kendrick Lamar shows, a bunch of white people. And by the way, it's not only Kendrick. Most people that get in arenas and stadiums, white people. Drake shows is white people too. I ain't gonna cap. I'm not capping with y'all. Travis Scott shows is definitely white people. Any show that niggas is raging and doing all that shit like, mosh pit, clearly white people. Like, no self-respecting black person is spending $300 to go to a concert to take his shirt off and bounce around with other niggas and get thrown in a circle. We're not doing that, okay? We leave that for the Rolling Louders, and I love Rolling Loud. The point what I'm trying to say, yo, yes, it might have smelled like Black Miles up in there. But YB got the YNs, and yes, in the nosebleeds they got their shirt off. They might not be doing mosh pit, but they doing something. They doing something. Okay, these niggas in their briefs with a shiesty on. Like, okay. Anyway, the point is this: I've never seen an arena where it's just niggas. It looked like a cookout. For you to get in an arena, you got to have white fans. There's nothing wrong with white fans. There's nothing wrong with fans that might not be of the culture. But it's impressive when you're selling shit out back-to-back nights and it's straight niggas. We haven't seen that. You know what that tells me? If YB cared enough to be a little bit more commercial and probably, well, I guess these guys don't fuck with him, like say a Drake or say a Travis, or, you know, like say he looked up and Taylor Swift like gave him a song or two. Bro, he would be doing these shows like 6 nights in a row. You know why? It's only niggas going to his show. It's not niggas and white. It's niggas. I saw some Mexicans in there, but it's close to the border. We're in Dallas. Yeah, so, yo, the reality of it is I'm impressed by him because he's doing this without a pop audience. There's nothing wrong with a pop audience. Drake has a pop audience. Kendrick has a pop audience. Tyler, the Creator, has a pop audience. Travis Scott's a pop audience. Usually once you get in arenas and you got to bring out 15,000 people, you got to pull from pop audience. Because the thought behind people booking you is that you can't just, like, yeah, you could get a club to have niggas in there. You could get maybe a 2,000 venues to have a bunch of hood niggas or whatever, but you can't get 15,000 of them in an arena because them niggas ain't paying. You know what I mean? And YB is the only artist I've seen. I can't remember another one that have done this. So again, I'll talk to his team. I don't know what happens after this because this is unbelievable. If he wants to get bigger, and he could become a bigger artist, bro. All he got to do is cross collaborate with, like, do a song with Post Malone, do a song with fucking Morgan Wallen or something like that, and he's gonna have a different audience. Because right now, it's straight hood niggas. You could tell, niggas is walking in the venue with YouTube on their phone. I'm like, damn, you even got premium? Nigga got ad playing. I'm telling you. So anyway, well, congrats to him. All right, anyway, I said all that to say I didn't get to stream, but apparently Kai's going there tonight, and I think he's gonna get to stream it. So salute to Kai. We'll cover the Kai and Drake thing. By the way, I'll peep and let me peep in and see what's going on. Is he there yet? Is he there yet? What the fuck? Is this live? He's back at the house. What time is it in LA? 7:30? What the fuck? Is he not going? I'll tell you this again about the YB show. Because there's a bunch of openers, YB's trying to put his niggas down. Lil Dump performs. Mellow Racks perform. There's somebody else, I'm not too sure who they are. They perform too. He usually gives a local artist, like, right before he gets on, like, while they're doing stage change, just letting them run out there and perform. You're going to get 2C and you're going to get Offset. So when I went there, doors opened at 6. Was it 6 or 7? I think it was 6. There was people performing by like 6:30 or 7. So I don't know if they're in LA. So I don't know what time it's going to start, but yeah. Also, not to dox anybody, but I think tonight all of the YouTubers, or at least the rap YouTubers, I think they got a section up in there. My boy Trap Lil Raw is getting to that chicken. I think he invited me. He got a section in there. I think Vlad gonna be there. Adam, Flacco. I think they have like a thing in the suite. So anyway, good for them. Good for them. Okay. Any other topics that I should make sure we get to, and then we'll just start accordingly and kind of get to everything. Just any other topics I didn't mention. Just kind of like throw it in the hat that I could make sure I get to the shit, Okay. Someone said Vlad going to Hawaii. Yeah, well, when you go to the suites, like you basically avoid regular people. You have a separate entrance, a separate exit. You're in there. It's meant to be like avoid all the niggas. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. All right. Where do y'all want me to start? Y'all want me to start at YNW Melly, or you want me to start with Drake? It's up to y'all. Where do y'all want me to start? Let me know. We can start with Drake and Kai, or we can start with YNW Melly and Bortlen. Oh, y'all want me to talk about Go Yayo? It's hard to talk about that topic given the fact that I can't like show the video or the picture. I'll add that to the list though. Remind me, Go Yayo. Start with Melly, right? Okay. I'm glad you guys said that. So we're gonna go down. And again, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull all the paperwork and I'm gonna post it on theakademy.blog tomorrow. So for the people who, I'm gonna summarize everything today. It's a little bit convoluted, but tomorrow, if you guys want to read through the paperwork for yourself, men lie, women lie, just go to the paperwork. Okay, no whack 100. But go there and you guys could like see exactly what I'm talking about. So what we should, let me look at this now. All right. So essentially what happened, right? Okay. I want to break this down that simple because we haven't covered everything. I want you guys to understand every fucking thing. All right. Give me 1 second. I got y'all. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I got y'all. It doesn't have the Bortlen stuff here. Okay, so I got to go to Law and Crimes Trial. That's their trial page. Their trial page has it all. Here's the hearing. No, that's from 4 days ago. Let's find the one for today. Oh my God, they have so much shit. Here we go. The shocking plea. Okay, we could probably go here. All right. So, chat, let me explain the YNW conundrum. Okay? YNW Melly. You guys all know him. He was arrested, I believe, late 2018 or maybe early 2019. I believe it was 2018. I'll confirm now. When was YNW Melly arrested? He was arrested February 2018. The murder allegedly happened in 2018. To put this in perspective, I'm going to go over everything. And I just follow me sequentially. I'm going to make it really simple. YNW Melly is accused of murdering his two close friends. His friends he sang on a hit song. He sang about a hit song called Butter Pecan. He says, I'm with Sack and Juvie. Okay? YNW Sack Chaser, YNW Juvie. Okay? They all were in a studio. They get in a car. In the front driver position was YNW Bortlen. In the right passenger, front passenger, and the back, what do you call it again? The back right passenger were Sack Chaser and Juvie. According to prosecutors, Melly was seated behind the driver. On video, he's captured getting into the car behind the driver. What police knew afterwards is that Bortlen, the driver, showed up to the hospital with two dead bodies. The bodies of the guy in the right front seat and the back right seat. It became and was alleged by the police that Melly, at some point during the drive, took out a gun, shot the guy in the right passenger front seat, and shot the guy to the right of him. The bullets that went forward, it's almost alleged that these guys were either sleeping or something of the sort. It was a late night. They were leaving the studio. He even shot through the seat multiple times, and there was no defense wounds to be like, stop. You get me? It was that quick. Bang, 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 bang. That quick. When Bortlen shows up to the hospital, Melly's not in the car. They start an investigation. The police ask what happened. There's actually gruesome video of them taking the bodies out of the car. By the way, by the time they got to the police station, it was corpses. They weren't fighting for their life. They were dead. The police asked him what happened. He says, and that's Bortlen they ask. I'll show you Bortlen on the screen. This is him in current day. He said, I was driving and someone pulled up and shot at us. Sounded like a drive-by. My friends got killed. The police obviously realize that now it's a crime scene. They quarantine the car. He's not hit. They ask him if he's hit. The doctors check him out real quick. He's not hit. They ask him, what happened? He said, we got shot at. The detectives, so the police is there. They call over detectives who's working that shift. They come over. Crime scene's hot. The car's a crime scene. They tape it around. And they said, where did you get shot? Because we can find more evidence. Who did this? He says, I don't know. He says, what do you know? He says, well, a car just pulled up and shot at us. The cop says, I know this is distraught. You're distraught, but we got to figure out some stuff. He seems calm enough to help them. And they say, will you show us where you got shot at? He says, yes. He got in the car, the cop car, front seat with the cop, and the cop drove to a location where he claimed the shooting happened. They mark the spot. They bring him back to the hospital. They bring him to the interrogation room. But they start canvassing the spot. They can't find anything that showed there was a shooting there. No broken glass. No spent shells. They can't find any evidence. That becomes suspicious. It also becomes suspicious with certain things with his demeanor. They figure something is up. What later happened is they realized a few things. When they asked where were y'all originating from, it became obvious, talking to multiple people and him, they came from a studio. They got the surveillance footage of the studio. 4 people entered like a SUV, but only 3 individuals showed up to the hospital. Where's the 4th? The 4th is Melly. They asked him about Melly. He was very, we dropped him off. Where? Somebody just picked him up. He was very vague. At some point, Melly had gotten out of the car. And it supposedly went home. Melly made some phone calls to a girlfriend, which allegedly the cops felt like they had confessed to the girlfriend that, so-and-so happened. Anyway, and I know I'm walking you through this really gingerly, but I have to explain why these charges are coming and why we're here. Because this has been 7 years in the making. This murder took place in 2018. It's 2025. This is 7 years after the fact, 6 years after the arrest of YNW Melly, and there is no adjudication. Adjudication means that it is not determined by the court or there's no disposition on the charges. Is it a guilty plea or not guilty plea? A guilty verdict? Is he acquitted? And there has been no plea until today that was taken by any of the defendants. So at first, they want Melly. They believe Melly's the shooter. They take the car in. They realize that there's spent shells in the car. I don't know if you guys know how weapons work. When you shoot a gun, a normal, unless it's like a revolver or something like that, or something that has a spent shell catcher, which usually is most likely an AR or Drake or something like that, because you could attach it easier. It looks goofy on a handgun. When you shoot that thing, the bullet usually flies out to the left. Not only to the left, it usually flies out in close proximity of where the shooter would be. they found spent shells in the car. Now, that defeated the entire theory that Bortlen told him that they got shot up by another car. If you got shot up by another car, there wouldn't be spent shells in your car unless you fire back. They matched the ballistics, the bullets. They realized that it appears that the bullets that killed these men and the trajectory of how the bullets traveled, it went through the seats, went up in one of the guys, came out here. One of them, I think it went through his chin, whatever. It was determined that those bullets were fired in the car, not from someone else. Now, there were some other bullets. There was some bullets that was found in the car that was going into the car, but those, by a pathologist and also the coroner, those were not the fatal bullets. Actually, it was deemed that those bullets were fired after the guys were already dead. What did the cops take from this, the detectives? They said someone committed murder in the car and then tried to stage a drive-by when the people were already dead. The cops later find where, based on GPS triangulation, because the great thing about this crime, everybody had cell phones in their pocket, including the dead people. So they were able to triangulate where that car went at certain points. So they have a location where the shooting or the drive-by took place. That's where Bortlen said. That turned out to not be true based on evidence. And then the car went and stopped at another place. And after that place, that's when it went to the hospital. Actually, it might have been two places because one was a drop-off location for Melly, allegedly. And then the other place was the staging of the spot of the shooting, then the hospital. When they went to the place that they realized it was triangulated to and they stayed there for a while, they found broken glass and debris that was consistent with that car of that color being shot. So it furthered their theory that someone killed their friends, or not killed their friends, but these guys got killed, and someone brought it to somewhere else to do a cover-up to claim it's a drive-by by shooting into a car where people are already dead. Okay. They have GPS, bullet fragments. From my recollection, didn't find the gun, but they have everything else. They pretty much have a solid case on a forensic level, but they lack things on a fundamental level to make this case go. I'll tell you what they lack. I know this might sound like we're quoting the movies here, but in trying to prove murder, especially something that carries life, and in Florida State, premeditated murder, automatic life. Down south, usually premeditated murder, first degree, automatic life, or sometimes it carries the possibility of a death sentence. What that means is that a jury is usually going to look at not only if you did the killing, but they want more than that. Why would you do the killing? So this case lacked motive. To this day, we don't know why the hell would Melly want to kill his friends. We've heard several theories floated out there. Oh, they threatened his mom. Oh, they were going to do something to him because he was robbing them. We've heard so many theories, but none of it makes sense. So the prosecutor has been struggling with why would Melly sporadically, after leaving, didn't look like they were in a fight. Nobody fought. They're not arguing leaving the studio. Why the hell would Melly just randomly murder his two friends? Okay. So they lack a motive. Not only they lack a motive, it becomes a little blurry because everybody else seems to be non-cooperative or is at least leaving an opening for an alibi for Melly to say, hey, it might sound suspect, but by the grace of God, randomly, while we were driving to some undisclosed place, I decided to get out of the car. So it's impossible for me to do the murder. I wasn't in the car. Also, the statement of the guy who brought the dead bodies is that I was in a drive-by. There is bullet entry wounds that came from the other side. So ballistics are pretty sure, but we could argue about that. But how do you put Melly there? You have no video of Melly. The driver isn't telling on Melly. Other people who noticed his behavior or interacted with him at first, afterwards, none of them said, oh, they interviewed the people in the house that were staying because Melly did get back to the house. No one said, oh, he took his clothes off and burned it. They were all kind of, sounds like a mystery, right? Anyway, they did a trial, and the trial came back as a mistrial. Apparently, there was one or more jurors who declined and refused to believe that Melly, beyond a reasonable doubt, killed his friends. Now, usually with a mistrial, on certain circumstances, and for certain type of charges or how heinous the crime is, they might not want to charge you again, or they might not want to try you again. Like, for example, I think if Diddy's thing came to a mistrial, I don't think they would do it again. Different DA, or not DA, but different U.S. attorney, different regime, they wouldn't do it again. They'd probably just, whatever, right? But they could still refile at any time. So unless something else happens, whatever. The thing with Melly's case is that the idea of a man murdering his two friends sounds so heinous and so disgusting that Florida prosecutors, they've spent a lot of money, time, and energy, but they'll continue to spend more time and money and energy because they feel this is one of the most egregious crimes known to man. You cold-bloodedly murdered your friends sitting 2 feet from you, suspected that they were even sleeping while you put their lights out permanently. They want Melly fried. So they're looking to try him again. Now, what are the things that they're trying to do to try to make their case better this time? Because here's the thing. Melly got better lawyers. And since he's gotten the mistrial, you got to remember, certain people who testified then may not want to testify now. Remember, there was a bunch of people who were on vacation for a long time. It's hard for the prosecutor this time around. Evidence, a lot of moving parts that they probably had a better look on the first time. It's harder now. One of the people that didn't take part in this trial initially was this guy named YNW Bortlen. The guy who would know what happened is the driver. Well, he's been elusive the entire time. They were trying to work with him, but he hasn't cracked it. He has not cracked. He's not, let me tell you who did it. None of that. They start putting a little pressure on him. They charge him with accessory for murder, hoping that would scare him. He stood 10 toes down. No. Let's take it to trial. Now, before we get into the plea, it's very important. And this is very important because we're going to use common sense here. Okay? It's very important to know that if you're charged with accessory to murder and the state can't even convict the guy of murder, they've tried once and they failed. It's impossible to convict you of accessory to murder if they can't even convict the murderer. So let me put it in perspective. YNW Bortlen was not going to testify, help, or whatever. They let him out on bond one time, and then they revoked his bond, and they've had him locked up since. They've been getting frustrated because they need him. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, and some of this is my opinion here, and I'll tell you what my opinion is, and I'll tell you what facts are. My opinion is they realized that the accessory for murder charge didn't scare him. They also put witness tampering on a little bit later. So what they did was they hit him with 2 murder charges, homicide charges. They trumped up their theory of Melly killed his friends to you and Melly killed y'all friends. Now, it differs from their first story they were trying to present. They claim that he was not involved in the murder. He didn't know about it, but he did help to cover it. That's why they gave him accessory after the fact. Recently, they trumped it up to say he is just as culpable for murder, and they gave him 2 murder charges. Now, here's the thing with that. Remember what I said about Florida? If you get a murder charge or you get a conviction for a first-degree murder, instant life. Ain't no better way to scare somebody than say, we got 3 or 4 chances to convict you of life imprisonment. We played this before when the judge says, what you're facing is life in prison without parole, plus life in prison without parole. So when you're facing 4 life sentence plus 75 years, your tone starts to change a little bit, because accessory for murder after the fact, I believe the statute could have him being sentenced up to 20 to 30 years. So with that, you know, it's not a life sentence. When they threw the murders on there, that boy snapped to his senses real quick. And that boy turned from YNW Bortlen, in my opinion, to Sergio Wanatelli Kitchens. Now, I'm going to have the plea agreement that's read out by the government, or the judge actually, play and not interject too much, because I did a decent job of leading up to this. But at times I might need to tell you why, because I did tweet out today and people are upset. I said, this is a gunna plea. This is a gunna plea. This isn't a plea saying you have to tell on him, but this is a plea that you're going to have to provide all the details that they were missing to convict him. And that's why it's a gunna plea. What a gunna plea is you are charging us for a RICO. Now, y'all sat here and we went over the RICO for Sean Puff Daddy Combs. Now, I get it. That's federal. This is state. But RICOs usually have about the same main components. What's a RICO? And I'm sorry I'm going this slow, but I want everybody to understand, even if you don't know nothing about the law. So a RICO, what you have to prove, a RICO is a organizational conspiracy charge. What's a conspiracy charge? It's an agreement between at least 2 people to do a crime. So you need at least 2 people to do a crime. Both of them have to know that they're doing a crime. So if you hire a nigga if you get in the Uber and you go rob a bank, you don't get hit with a RICO. The Uber driver had no fucking idea. You and your mans in them, y'all get in a car and y'all go do a crime. That would be one of the predicate offenses for a RICO. But let me explain. So you need two more people agreeing to do a crime, and you need at least 2 crimes that show a pattern of criminal activity. Do you get what I'm saying? Perfect. So when I say a gunna plea, the hardest thing for the prosecutors to prove in the RICO case against Thug is that YSL was a enterprise. It was a criminal street gang. Okay? And that is a component as well. So when Gunna said YSL is a gang, and they label him in the hierarchy mode as second in command, it gives them a thing that they don't have to argue about all day, because they have a defendant saying YSL is a gang. Now, after that, they have many different crimes committed by other people. They have crimes, they had multiple crimes that they accused Jeffrey Williams of being associated with, but everybody else had crimes. Oh, he shot this cop. He did this. You just need 2 of those crimes. And then they charged 28 people. You only needed 2 people to be in agreement. Do you understand how that plea helps the overall mission to get a conviction? That's all I'm saying. So let's go back to YNW Bortlen. Why do I say he signed a gunna plea? Because YNW Melly, and I watched the case. We covered it. YNW Melly's case is that, number one, you guys have not done a job to prove that this is actually a homicide they have proved it's a homicide, but prove that this is a homicide with this person being the offender. So he's saying, how do we know that it was a murder? How do you know he got murdered? Number one. Even though there's proof that dudes got shot. But he's saying that the proof of that has nothing to do with me. Also, the accessory after the fact plea confirms that Bortlen, that's kind of like almost like a sub part of a conspiracy, except you weren't with the conspiracy at first. You came in after the fact. What that proved is that they came in. Oh my God, my dog's crying. What that proved is that Bortlen worked with someone after he acknowledged that a murder took place in trying to cover it up. Do you hear what I just said? When pleading to an accessory to murder after the fact, you have to acknowledge that the murder happened and you assisted someone or in some way to cover the murder. Now, if Melly's statement is, how do we know there was a murder? And then secondly, how do we know who did the murder? Because they said it was a drive-by. How the hell would Bortlen help anybody but the person he know? How would he help the random guys who did a drive-by? That wouldn't even make sense. So it would almost, in a way, it points the elbow. If you're helping someone after the fact, you're probably helping the suspect. That's what I'm saying. It's a gunna plea. His plea eliminates the things that they were having a hard time trying to prove, because his admission will help the story that they're trying to tell versus YNW Melly. Okay? Now, what we're used to is complete cooperation. That's 6ix9ine. That's Cornelius Smith. That's Blue in Queso's situation where they're sitting up there and they said, my son did it. Shotty did it. Hernandez Govan and Justin Johnson did it. They're pointing people out. Or Robert Allen in the ex-murderer case. XXXTentacion, his murder case. That's complete cooperation. However, these pleas, why I call it a gunna plea, is because a lot of what people think is either cooperation or whatever the case is essentially only when you sit on a stand and point people out. That's not the case. Not trying to throw Thug under the bus or use him as a whatever, but if Young Thug helped the cops when he said, he sells drugs every day, say the cops take that information. By the way, I want to keep this in mind. Diddy's house got raided because of something Lil Rod said. When you say something in a police interrogation, you are basically like, especially even more even when you're speaking to a federal officer, because lying to a federal agent is a crime. It's a crime. Lying is a crime to a federal agent. But when you tell that to a police officer in an interrogation room, they could use your statement as probable cause to get a search warrant, to even possibly at a certain point get a Title III wiretap. They could get a lot of shit from. So when people say, oh, no, I didn't tell the truth, I lied to the cop. But you could have given probable cause to a police officer to go kick somebody's door down, to go tap their phone, to go harass them or go look for shit, and maybe they find other shit. So basically, the idea of saying anything at all just isn't helpful. Are you guys following me here? So the point is, there's different levels of cooperation, but it's cooperating nonetheless. You might not be on the stand, but you might just be in the interrogation room saying, I'll tell you anything you want, take my number. It don't matter what it is. The police could use that information to go make an arrest or make a case. And I thought that's what the point with snitching was. I'll stop talking from here. Let's get into this Bortlen plea, which I believe I'm calling, and I'm still going to call, a gunna plea. Check this out.
Back on the record, this is on the top of my page 5, State versus Cortland Henry, 19-1871 CF10A and 23 10643 CF10A. I've got Ms. Collins, Mr. Griffiths present for the state. I've got Mr. Haddad, Mr. Nascimento present for Mr. Henry, who likewise is present. So I had set this afternoon for the deadline as to whether or not Mr. Henry wanted to accept the state's offer or not. Since we were set to go with jury selection tomorrow morning. So Mr. Haddad or Mr. Nascimento will go forward with a change of plea this afternoon.
Now, and I hate that I'm pausing, but I got to explain to y'all because some people are overlooking. It was important to put all the cards on deck against Bortlen and have his trial go before Melly. Why? I'll tell you why. Because, number one, you want him to cooperate. So his trial was going to start tomorrow. Melly's trial kept getting postponed. They were going to have jury selection tomorrow. So this is why they came with this plea and they said, you have 24 hours to accept it. You got 24 hours. Somebody says I'm giving the wrong information. I'll get on the line with any of y'all about this. There is no wrong information to give on this. This is just strictly facts. There are some technicalities people are working off. The point what I'm trying to tell you, yes, this cooperation doesn't look like the cooperation of Cornelius Smith, but if you think that the prosecutors give out deals to not leverage a deal to make their other case, you're an idiot. Do you think that's like these guys? Like, you got to start using your brain here. If the prosecutor is giving this guy a deal, they're trying to leverage that deal to help their other case. Now, if you have a different definition of what you believe cooperation is, and it only entails someone sitting up there and saying, Melly did the murder, sure. And in some people's opinion, they believe that he won't have to speak about the murder. But you make it make sense.
And state, is it the same terms that you discussed previously? Is there anything?
Calling it a Gunna plea is wrong information. I'm using Gunna's name just as a big name. I'm just saying that his plea, like, prosecutors aren't just giving out pleas in these complex cases to resolve them. They're giving these pleas out to advance their case. So how did they advance it with Gunna? They had Gunna. If they were just giving out a plea to just get Gunna out of there, why did they have Gunna say yes, ma'am? You got to answer that question. I get what y'all trying to say. Y'all keep using the same talking points. A lot of Gunna fans who keep saying, he was never going to take the stand. They never used it in court. They never this. Well, why? Well, just you answered this to me. If none of this mattered, why under oath did he say YSL is a gang and I know 2 or more individuals that committed crimes? Why? And those are 2 of the main elements you need for a RICO. Tell me why. If none of what he said or did mattered, why do it? So you tell me why. You think, the prosecutors is in there wasting time, right? Oh, it is wasting time. Oh, the judges in there wasting time. Why? Answer the questions. If, again, and this is what I'm saying about telling, because people will be like, well, no one got locked up. You see, everybody got an excuse. I love the picking and choosing. The best one is, nobody got locked up because of what I said. So you said Johnny got all them guns, but because Johnny got killed before the cops raided his spot, that's not telling because he didn't get locked up. He just got killed. But you told, though, right? Did you tell or not? People, they move the goalposts. Well, I gave my number. I told them they could call me, but I wasn't going to tell them nothing. I was flirting. Okay, why the hell are you talking to the police, offering your number, saying let's keep it a secret? You could ask me anything. Okay. In the case of Gunna, why do you say, could Gunna been in court? This is all I would say to Gunna fans. Could he have been in court and said, no, ma'am, it's YSL a gang? No, ma'am. Could he have said that? If you can't tell me why he couldn't have said that, shut up. That's the only point I'll say. I get it. Some of y'all, and I see Gunna fans, I'm not Team Gunna or Team Thug. All of these niggas were doing what every regular civilian would do when your ass is when Johnny Law come and they about to put belt to ass. If you think that ain't nobody gonna see what you doing, you try to get the fuck out of this shit. All of this super thug gangster shit is done. It's over with. These guys are regular. I keep telling you, it's not like us. They're just like me and you. You see Gunna in court. He thought no cameras was in there that time. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You see Thug. He thought there was no cameras and no recordings. Take my number. You get whatever you want. I keep promises. I'm not Team Gunna or Team Thug. I'm going to listen to both of them. But let's not act like either one is better than the other. That's my thing. Okay? So now, let's get back to the plea.
Different?
No, Your Honor, that has changed. It's correctly reflected on the preforms.
So the preforms to me look like on the 19 case as to the 2 counts of accessory after the fact, as well as to all 4 counts in the 23 case. These are going to be adjudications, 10 years Florida State prison, followed by, that's a 6 years probation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
6 years probation. All counts are run concurrently, all sentences run concurrently with one another. It looks like there's no restitution in the 23 case. In the 19 case, I'm reserving restitution and ordering it payable. That's going to be to Terry Bagley as well as Ashley Phillips.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we now have to
We've spoken to them and they don't anticipate there being any restitution, just because it's caution.
Okay, well, I'll give you 120 days to tell me the amount. If there's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
amount, we won't give you restitution.
They are present as well, too, so our region advocate has informed them that if
Okay.
there's any restitution, they can let us know.
Okay.
As of today, they said there is none.
All right, and state, is that the complete terms? That's it?
He's also going to be giving it to Proffer, Your Honor, at a later time.
Okay. I want to pause it here. Okay? Now, and this is for all people not giving accurate information. I want to explain to y'all what a proffer is. A proffer is usually called in many different places, many different things. But a proffer is usually required for everybody who is a cooperative. Now, let me make this very clear. Because you take a proffer doesn't mean you cooperated. But if you cooperated, you have to take a proffer. Does that make sense? Now, what is a proffer? A proffer is usually a session between the defendant and the U.S. attorneys or the district attorneys, in this case. And what usually happens is that they call it, and this is the popular name for it, Queen for a Day. Usually a part of your plea deal, they want you, well, not all, like, well, plea deals are different, but in a proffer session, they're going to allow you to tell them everything. And when you tell them everything, if it's with, usually they're going to outline whatever, but they're going to make sure everything is carved out that usually it can't be used against you in the future, and that your plea actually reflects the information that you're given, not only on the penalty and punishment side, but that whatever you're saying to them, it doesn't come back around on you. Okay? So that's why it's called Queen for a Day. You could look it up. It's Queen for, we could even go on YouTube, because I know some of y'all real skeptical. Yeah, I noticed that y'all will trust me with everything. But when it comes to the niggas y'all like, y'all don't want to hear from me no more. Like, it's like, nah, son, nah, it's not a Gunna plea. Nah, what you mean? Nah, Gunna. They told me Gunna. Nigga, why the fuck did he say yes, ma'am, then? To all of these things that would be requirements for a fucking RICO. Why? When Gunna fans answer that to me, I will continue that conversation. Queen for a Day. Okay? Proffer. I want somebody to explain it for a second. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Michael Poole. I'm an attorney with the Asfandi Law Group. Today we're going to discuss proffered agreements, otherwise known as Queen for a Day agreements. What these agreements are ones made between a federal prosecutor, otherwise known as the Assistant U.S. Attorney, and a prospective...
Okay, they're talking federal law. So in federal law, after you do your queen for a day, you basically have this agreement that is only honored by what's called a 5K1 letter. And it's only given, this is why people don't play that YSL Woody bullshit, where Woody supposedly said whatever to the detectives and got up there and said something else. No. In state court, people work off immunities, this and third. In federal court, your proffer, and I told y'all this, 6ix9ine had like over a 24 hours proffer, which means every fucking agency, nigga, I think ICE came in there. They're like, hold on, we got questions too. DEA, ATF, FBI. Nigga, he told me, nigga, he talking, well, not, I mean, he been talking, but he's active now. I could ask him. Nigga, he said at one point, some agency that didn't identify himself walked in the room and said, yo, what you know about Jay Prince? Nigga, they want to know everything. You got to tell them everything. This is a proffer. This is not no, oh, I'm keeping it P. No. The very notion of a criminal doing a proffer is usually the basis of telling. That's what it is. It's telling. Okay? So let me let this guy explain it. He's talking about federal court. I know we're talking state, but the same premise exists.
Otherwise known as the assistant U.S. attorney and a prospective defendant. For the defendant, the purpose of the interview is to attain some sort of leniency or immunity in exchange for information they may have about larger crimes. For the AUSA, the purpose is to obtain an honest preview of what sort of information they can get out of this witness, person of interest, or target of the investigation. This meeting will take place at the office of the federal prosecutor,
Yes.
but your lawyer will also be present there as well. This is just a brief overview of this issue. For more information, please...
Okay, let's go to another one. Let me... Here we go.
This is the federal government. We're talking what they want it to be.
Okay, well, you know, it's called Queen for a Day in federal court because what happens, you get the 5K1 letter. There's no 5K1 letter in state court. That's the thing. Okay, look, before cooperating.
You should always get a proffer letter before you cooperate with the government. I'm sure you've heard of a proffer letter.
Now, you know what the funny part about this? There were so many people that were up in arms today, and they were like, it doesn't mean this guy is telling. He only has to speak about not the murder, but the witness tampering. I thought telling was, I hate the streets. They move the goalposts when they don't want to call a nigga a rat. Oh, nah, he not telling about the shit with Melly. He telling about how he drove the body to the, it's like, I ain't gonna tell you how these niggas robbed the bank. I'll just tell you how we all went to Turks and we blew the money that they mysteriously got. Bruv, come on. He's taking a proffer. And the reason why I call it a gunna plea, the way how I've seen this structured so far, or what his lawyer, I'm not sure what his lawyer is even saying. It's structured to say this plea didn't hurt Melly, but any plea hurts Melly. Are you dumb? It's like Thug. Any plea hurt Thug. Thug was saying YSL ain't a gang. And then this nigga Sergio Wanatelli Kitchens raises his hand and be like, nah, it is a gang. What are you talking about? Nah, it is a gang. Well, that theory goes out the window. That's the point. That's why it's a gunna plea. Because you're going to hear people argue that this plea is not direct telling. It's not he's not doing a 6ix9ine. But his plea, by very nature of the definition, all of his charges stem from one event or the events after or subsequent events, witness tampering, accessory after the fact, or murder, is stemmed from the murder that they claim Melly did. If you're talking at all, it means that the information will hurt Melly. You can't go into a proffer session and spin the government. You will do, by the way, he's adjudicated guilty of certain things already. If you try to spin the government in a proffer session or anything, if they find out you're lying about anything, it's off the table and you're already guilty. That's how it works. That's why there's a proffer agreement. In a proffer agreement, you got to be truthful, because if you're not truthful, your plea is kaput. So this idea that you keep hearing these dumb street niggas say that they're spinning the cops, you're not spinning a proffer agreement. A proffer agreement is different than what Jeffrey Williams did in the interrogation room. He's talking to an investigator. That's an interrogation. It's not a proffer agreement. A proffer agreement, well, in this case, there might be a detective, but it's going to be attorneys talking. This is attorneys. This is not like the cop with his bat. No, this is attorneys talking. Bortlen and his attorney and the DA is going to sit in front of him and say, all right, bet. Tell us what the fuck happened. Now, if y'all want to say that ain't telling, I don't know. Y'all could make up 30 different rules for this shit. Somebody say it's not snitching. He's giving factual false info. Okay, if that's what y'all want to believe. Let me just let this play a little bit now. You could understand what a proffer is. Remember, I'm not making this up my ass. You hear the judge. They agree with the state that there's going to be a proffer at a later date. On the plea agreement, they say he has to do a proffer. And by the way, if anything of the plea gets violated, the plea's out the window. And remember, the plea, once accepted, the judge, you're getting adjudicated no matter what the plea says. And you can only get adjudicated guilty, innocent. You could plead no contest, but sometimes they'll do the prosecutor could do no pros, which means they're not prosecuting it. But that's not what a judge is going to adjudicate you as, right? He's guilty of certain shit. They dismiss certain shit. He's guilty of that, which means if he lies on his proffer, they're throwing the book at him for 30 years because I think he did nolo contendere, which is no contest. He did that for accessory after the fact. It goes up to like 20 or 30 years. If you lie, they're giving him 16 years, but really got to serve 10. By the time all the time off, he got to serve 7. If he lies, they're giving the plea agreement's out the window. So whatever you hear they're about to say to him, out the window, and they're giving him 20 to 30 instantly. This ain't the time to try to spin the cops, my nigga. Don't even take this if you're going to spin the cops. This is not even the cops. It's the fucking district attorney. Okay?
We've spoken to them and they don't anticipate there being any restitution.
I keep saying people saying he pled no contest. The idea of pleading no contest, I wish I had. Oh, Bradford Cohen called me tomorrow already about some other shit. But I'll get Bradford on here. Pleading no contest, Doug pled Nolo as well. A lot of times what that means, it's not having liability for some of these crimes. Like if Thug didn't plead Nolo, he would be technically liable, and RICO statutes usually have restitution and also could turn into civil cases. If somebody got shot in that RICO that wasn't even by Thug, they could sue Thug because he's the mastermind, because that's what he was admitting on their oath. Mastermind, that's what they want him to admit. He ain't admitted. Mastermind of YSL, which was a racketeering conspiracy organization. There will be lawsuits out the wazoo. Also, there's legal complications when you plead just guilty. So sometimes they want to plead no contest, which means the judge is saying you're guilty. And by the way, this wholly pled no contest, I will play it directly for y'all. The judge says, I accept your no contest plea and I adjudicate you guilty. That's how it works. There's no contest. You're guilty. So this whole thing about he pled no contest, shut up. He's guilty. I've been seeing this shit all day, Chad. If I seem a little angry, I've been seeing dumb niggas say, no, he pled no contest. The judge took his no contest and says, I adjudicate you guilty. There is nowhere where you go to jail and it's like you're adjudicated non-contest. That's not an adjudication. That's your plea. Just like when you show up to court and they say you plead not guilty, and then by the end of the shit, the jury say you guilty, it doesn't say, oh, well, I said I wasn't guilty. No, it says you're fucking guilty. So you pleading no contest means not a motherfucking thing. The judge adjudicates you whatever is going to stand. And he says guilty. It's over. Guilty. That's the point. Guilty.
Well, I'll give you 120 days to tell me an amount. If there's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
amount, we won't do the restitution.
They are present as well, too, so our attorney has informed them that
Okay.
there's been restitution, they can let us know.
Okay.
As of today, they said there is none.
Here we
All
go.
right, and state, is that the complete term? That's it?
He's also going to be giving it to Proffer, Your Honor,
Proffer.
at a later time.
Well, is that part of the negotiated
Yes, Your Honor.
resolution?
It is.
Part of the negotiated resolution. You got to give a proffer. You got to give a proffer. I see some slow ones in the back thinking that like you think prosecutors take you to do all this to be like, all right, you're gonna just go home, but just give us a good story before you get out of here, and we're good. No, motherfucker, like no, the proffer is the snitching.
So tell me how that works. Sure. Sure, come on up. Madam Clerk, Board of Business not on.
So the judge wants to know, remember, this is state court. I keep saying it's state court because in federal court, there's one rule for the land. The only way you could snitch in federal court, there's actually two ways. Actually, about three. It's two main ways. There is snitching before your trial is done and snitching when you're already in jail serving your sentence. The snitching before the trial is done, you meet with the prosecutors, you have a proffer, and they do a 5K1 letter, which means if you tell on everybody and we get everybody locked up because of you, at the time of your sentence, we present a 5K1 letter, and because in federal guidelines, they can't go below the mandatory minimums, the 5K1 guideline the 5K1 letter is the only way. It's an exception that allows the judge to say, well, this statute that you pled guilty to for 20 years, I can't go below 20 years. Oh, you snitch. We got the 5K1 letter. We could give you 2 years. It's the only way. The judge can't, it's no discretion. So in state court, the judge has way more discretion. Federal court, no. So that's snitching before you get sentenced. After you get sentenced, say you locked up and you knew about a body or you get, some information on somebody else they just got caught up with, you could go to the prosecutor and say, I want to snitch in exchange for post-sentence relief, which means if I was sentenced to 20, either put me to time served or only give me a year. Say I got a year left. What that is called a Rule 35, which means you're an already sentenced inmate gives information or assists the government with a current prosecution that leads to a conviction, and that has satisfied the government that they use a Rule 35 motion to grant you a resentencing where your sentence could either be commuted or go below the guidelines. The only two way in federal court. In state court, it's a bunch of bullshit. That's why you get YSL Woody. Okay? So that's why the judge told him, come up here. Because he wants to know, is this proffer, is it going to come with him testifying? What is he going to have to testify to? Also, if he does not cooperate when it comes time for him to either stand by what he said in the proffer, is this plea agreement out the window? That's what I would imagine he's asking. They're going to cut the mics, I would believe, though, because he called them. That's Saba. Yeah, they pumped in white noise. Okay.
The answers, okay? Raise your right hand for me, please. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? You can put your
Yes,
hand
swear in a
up.
minute.
Please state your full name. How old are you? How far did you go in school? Do you read and understand the English language? Are you presently under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcohol? Have you ever been treated for a mental illness? Are they giving you any medication in the jail right now? How are you feeling this afternoon? Your head is clear? You understand what's going on this afternoon? You understand you're resolving 2 pending felony cases this afternoon? Mr. Haddad or Mr. Nascimento, have you seen or heard Mr. Henry say or do anything which would call into question in your mind whether he understands what's going on?
Nothing at all. No, sir.
All right, so Mr. Henry, it's 2 cases, sir. I'm going to go one at a time. In case number 19-1871 CF10A, this is before the agreement you made with the state, before the deal you made with the state. You were charged as follows. Counts 1 and 2 is murder in the first degree with a firearm. Those are capital offenses. The maximum and mandatory penalty is life in Florida State Prison. Counts 3 and 4 are accessory after the fact to murder in the first degree. Those are each first degree.
Okay. So I want to make sure we're going through this so thoroughly. Let me go back in.
As follows. Counts 1 and 2 is murder in the first degree with a firearm.
Okay. Now, the reason why I believe he has taken this plea, accessory for murder, is one thing. When they hit you with that double M, the 2 first-degree murder charges, in Florida State, there is no discretion of the judge in sentencing. It's automatic life. Automatic life. Okay? Now, granted, both murder charges are connected because most likely if they don't think one charge is for juvie, one is for sack chaser. Most likely if they think you didn't kill one, or they wouldn't think you killed the other. However, keep in mind, this is the guy who drove to the hospital with the body. Now, does it mean this murder charge means he had to do the shooting? But no. It could mean that they believe he was with the plot. Doesn't matter. Remember, the guy who drove to the bank for the bank robbery is guilty of the bank robbery too. So, they threw the double M's on him to scare that boy. Now, I know some of y'all are super thugged out in here. I said, man, fuck a life sentence. What? But when he was only facing 30 years, he was like, They added the murder charges afterwards to make that nigga know, oh, you think we only want Melly? We'll fry you too. I think that made him think a little bit different. 4 life sentences make a nigga think differently. Let's keep playing.
Those are capital offenses. The maximum and mandatory penalty is life in Florida State Prison. Counts 3 and 4 are accessory after the fact to murder.
Did somebody say you could spin a proffer? Bro, this case has been going on for 7 years. They're not hoping he gives them new information. They're hoping he just puts on record what they already know. Nigga, they know what the fuck happened. They're giving him a proffer for him to confirm what they know. The fuck? Or let me not act like he guilty, but like, they want him to confirm what they know, not tell him some new story. So the moment he tells some new story, they're going to push this whole process back. And what's going to happen is they're going to investigate that shit. And if he's lying at all, the shit's out the window, you go to jail. They're not going to let this nigga spin him. Are you crazy?
First degree. Those are each first degree felonies. The maximum penalty is 30 years in Florida State Prison.
Okay. Sorry.
3 and 4 are accessory.
Okay, so the accessory to murder are 30-year sentences. And there's accessory murder for 2 people, so that's why it's count 3 and 4. So the first 2 are murder for sack chaser, juvie, then accessory for sack chaser, accessory for juvie. So 4 charges.
After the fact to murder in the first degree. Those are each first degree felonies. The maximum penalty is 30 years in Florida State Prison. In case number 23106.
Now, that's his first case. So his first case has 4 counts. 2 murder charges, 2 accessory for murder charges, or accessory after the fact charges.
43 CF10A. You're charged at count 1, tampering with a witness in a capital felony. That is punishable by life in Florida State Prison.
Now, they got him for tampering. I forgot where that came from, but while they were, they believe he was in communication or he did something weird in Melly's trial to try to like prevent them from get to evidence or prevent someone from being able to truthfully testify. And that's actually crazy. Tampering with evidence or witness in a capital offense trial also carries life. Jesus Christ.
Count 2, directing the activities of a criminal gang. That's a first degree felony. Again, punishable up to life in Florida State Prison.
Okay, so they get tampering with evidence. And then the second one is directing a street gang, which they're going to call YNW a gang.
Count 5 is conspiracy to commit tampering. Again, as it relates to a first-degree murder charge, that is punishable by a maximum
Now it's conspiracy to commit tampering.
penalty of life in Florida State Prison. And count 7, unlawful use of a two-way
The
communication.
reason why they're jumping 1, 3, 5, and 7 is they double up every count because 2 people died. So 1 count is for Zach, other count for Juvie. Okay? Like, for example, if somebody killed 20 people, they're going to have 20 counts of every type of violence against those people. They would have 20 murder counts. Okay? So a murder charge, but 20 counts of them.
Communication device as charged, that's a second-degree felony. The maximum penalty is 15 years in Florida State prison. So, sir, again, before the agreement you made with the state, before the deal you made with the state, your maximum exposure here was life in Florida State prison, followed by 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 75 years in Florida State prison. Sir, do you understand all the pending charges and the maximum possible penalties involved? And it's my understanding that you want to resolve both cases today. Is that correct? Yes. And that resolution is an agreement you've reached with the state, the terms of which are as follows. Number 1, in the 19 case, you're going to plead no contest to both counts of accessory after the fact. In the
Okay. So he's pleading no contest. Now, I keep trying to tell you, we don't give a fuck about his plea. What he's going to be adjudicated for, he's going to have to stand to answer to. Okay? So he's pleading no contest because he's going to get found guilty. Okay?
23 case, you're going to plead no contest to all 4 counts as charged. In exchange for that,
They're going to drop the murder cases.
the state is going to null process, that is, drop the 2 first-degree murder counts.
Bingo. Okay. So let me explain this. I'm doing a laborious job of explaining what's happening here. Because I really seen some people was like they're trying to see light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm not here to be an oracle. I'm not here to be like Miss Cleo. I'm just here to tell you what I see, brother, and just tell you the truth. He was charged with 2 homicides. They carry life in prison of Sack and Juvie. The deal he signed, they're not going to prosecute him for murder. But he pled no contest for accessory after the fact. By the way, that's what they think they were going to get him on anyway. Him pleading no contest doesn't matter. You're going to hear the judge say, I adjudicate you guilty. No contest don't mean nothing no more. He's guilty. That plea will say guilty. It don't say no contest. It says guilty. Okay? So you're going to hear the judge say it. For everybody, I've seen people tell me, could you switch up your tweet? It was actually no contest. The judge said guilty, nigga. I'm sorry. Like, get out of your fairy tale land, and the proffer is going to have to work off of the guilty. That's how it works. This is court. This ain't a little fairy tale where niggas just do one type of bullshit and just come back home and make more killer songs. It don't work like that. I love Melly, but some of y'all delusional motherfuckers got to get up to date. Okay?
I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. Yes, sir.
Do y'all hear what he just said? Listen again, because some of y'all are deaf in the back. Oh, he pled no contest. Nigga, this ain't a driving offense. This ain't going 45 and a 25. It's murder, dumbass niggas.
The 2 first-degree murder counts. All right, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. Yes, sir. In exchange for that, the state is going to null process, that is, drop the 2 first-degree murder counts. All right, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. Yes, sir.
He hasn't said what they null process. So the prosecutor, so just like how, and this is how it goes. No process is the prosecutor saying that to the judge. The judge has to, you know a prosecutor, I've seen this happen. A prosecutor could come with a plea and the judge say, fuck out of here, I'm not taking that. The judge has to the judge has to decide whether he's taking the plea. So you give recommendations, the judge always decides. So you could say I'm not guilty, then you go through a trial. You could say I'm guilty, then you go to a sentencing. You could say, based on an agreement, I am not contesting, and then the judge does what he wants to do. In the prosecutor's sense, the prosecutor could do what they call null pros, means we have no intention of prosecuting that, and if the judge accepts it, those charges are dismissed. No pros means they could file them again later. Okay? They could file them again later. But the judge accepts that you and by the way, sometimes there's actually a whole thing about judge accepting no pros stipulations, and then later the prosecutor is trying to go back with it, and the judge is like, no. But that's another thing. Okay? Anyway, they cut him off, but they were going to tell you what he's adjudicating them guilty for.
What's happening with that?
That would be no problem.
So he's only going to plead to the tampering with a witness in a capital felony, conspiracy to commit tampering and unlawful use of a two-way communication device?
Just the tampering and the unlawful use.
Just an unlawful use of a two-way to the tampering with a witness.
Okay, so then an audible comes in, which, by the way, you know, the judge is later going to say this is an incredible plea. But, well, it is an incredible plea by the lawyers. But essentially, what I do think that if he was going to be found guilty, he was going to be found guilty of accessory after the fact, not murder, which he was pleading no contest to that. And no contest, he was going to get adjudicated guilty anyway. So what ended up happening is that they cut the judge off, or not cut the judge off. They basically said, no, the agreement isn't for him to plead nolo. Well, actually, I think he did. He pled nolo to accessory after the fact. However, the deal is for that not to be adjudicated guilty. And the judge is actually kind of weighing on it because the prosecutor is telling him. You know what I mean? Like, again, this is like a business like agreement almost.
What's happening with that?
That would be no problem.
So he's only going to plead to the tampering with a
Okay, so never mind. The lawyer said, not the prosecutor said it's no pros. So it appears that the accessory after the fact they won't prosecute. So it's essentially dismissed.
What's happening with that?
Hold on. Let's see one. Here.
What's happening with that? Guilty, yes, sir. What's happening with that?
That would be no problem.
So he's only going to plead to the tampering with a witness in a capital felony, conspiracy to commit tampering and unlawful use of a two-way communication device?
Just the tampering and the unlawful use.
Just count 1 and count 7.
Correct.
State you're going to null pros count 2 and count 5,
Correct, Your Honor.
as it relates only to Mr. Henry.
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Henry, what it's going to be is 2 counts of accessory after the fact, tampering with a witness in a capital felony.
Okay, never mind. I was wrong about that. That was the 23 case. It's a little bit confusing because they interrupted the judge. Okay, so it looks like he is pleading guilty to the accessory, which again, once you plead guilty to the accessory.
What it's going to be is 2 counts of accessory after the fact, tampering with a witness in a capital felony, and unlawful use of a two-way communication device. In exchange for that, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty on the 2 accessory counts as well as the tampering count. I'm going to sentence you to 10 years of...
Okay. Now, I need for the slow ones in the back. Remember, he pled no contest or nolo. I want to hear, fuck what he said. The nigga's in cuffs. I'm not listening to him. I want to listen to the judge. The only thing that matters is when the judge says, I'm going to adjudicate you. Basically, the nigga's guilty. This is a plea deal. So for everybody who kept saying, nah, he pled no contest, nobody gives a fuck. He's guilty. Okay? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck what he wants. He's guilty. Let me just play it one more time for the slow ones in the back who kept saying he pled nolo. Listen to the judge.
Tampering with a witness in a capital felony and unlawful use of accessory after the fact.
Hold on.
With a witness
Correct, Your Honor.
as
Here we
it
go.
relates only to Mr. Henry.
Here we go.
Okay. So, Mr. Henry, what it's going to be is 2 counts of accessory after the fact.
2 counts of accessory after the fact of murder.
Tampering with a witness in a capital felony and
Tampering with the witness in a capital felony.
unlawful use of a two-way communication device. In exchange for that, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty on the 2 accessory counts as well as the tampering count.
I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. Remember, in court, it's adjudication. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the 2 Accessory after the fact charges. I'm sorry, I got to slow down for the ones in the back.
I'm going to adjudicate you guilty on the 2 accessory counts as well as the tampering count. I'm going to sentence you to 10 years.
So, good. So he gets adjudicated guilty for accessory after the fact for both murders and for tampering with like a evidence or witness or something. So it's 3 charges, so 3 counts and 3 charges he got adjudicated guilty for. It doesn't matter what he pled. The rest got no prost, which the judge then dismisses. The judge is going off the recommendation sheet on the plea deal, though. That's why he's giving this sentence out so quickly. So for the dumb ones in the back who said nolo or no, this is not he pled nolo. He got adjudicated guilty, not for murder. Nobody thought he killed the guys. For accessory after the fact, he got adjudicated guilty.
Change for that, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty on the 2 accessory counts as well as the tampering count. I'm going to sentence you to 10 years in Florida State Prison. That will be followed by 6 years of reporting probation. In the unlawful use of a two-way communication device, that's a second-degree felony. The maximum exposure.
It's a third degree, Your Honor.
It's the second as charged, I believe. It's a third, except as it relates to a capital case. But I'm happy to
Our
look it up.
has a third, that's what we discussed, so.
Well, what did you want the negotiated sentence to be for that?
That was just going to be the maximum time served.
5 years? Is that what you want me to do?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Again, this is the prosecutor. I believe that's the woman who's the prosecutor. She's doing her thing. But I ain't gonna lie, this is a sweetheart plea. Let me tell y'all this. You think they wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars to give this nigga a break? When have you ever heard the justice system do that? They adjudicate him guilty of accessory to, they call this one of the most heinous murders in Florida state history. This is why they won't let the nigga out of jail for bail, and he's been locked up for 6 years. They adjudicated this nigga guilty of accessory after the fact. You think they're doing this to just say, oh, go home? Come on, bro. They're doing this because they want this nigga to sing like a Tweety Bird. They want him to sing like Aretha Franklin, sing like C Breezy, sing like SZA. Yes. Remember, he ain't do the Proffer yet.
All right, so, sir, as to that count, it's going to be an adjudication in 5 years in Florida State Prison. So the 2 accessory counts as well as the tampering count, those come with 6 years of reporting probation after the Department of Corrections sentence. I'll give you credit for all the time that you've served in both cases. All of those counts will run concurrently. All those sentences will run concurrently. All counts in all cases, that is at the same time with each other. I'm going to have to impose mandatory court costs. I'm going to order restitution payable to Terry Bagley and payable to Ashley Phillips and reservists to the amount. I'm going to give the state 120 days to tell me the amount of that restitution. If they fail to do so within 120 days, there will be no restitution. If they come back with an amount and the attorneys agree on the amount, I will impose that as another condition of your sentence to pay back that restitution. If they come back with an amount and the attorneys do not agree on the amount, I will conduct a restitution hearing. Sir, lastly, and I want to make it very clear on the record, and it's unrelated to this negotiated change of plea, I guess at some point after the fact, the state wants to take a proffer.
You hear this?
Negotiated change of plea. I guess at some point after the fact, the state wants to take a proffer from you or have a discussion with you, ask you some questions about whatever that may be. What I want you to understand, sir, is I guess that's part of this negotiated resolution, but your answers to any of those questions, whatever they might be, have no bearing on me and have no bearing on this negotiated resolution. In other words, the deal you've negotiated is the deal you've negotiated, and that's the ballgame. Do you understand all that, sir? Have you had enough time to talk to your lawyers about all that? They've answered all your questions? You're sure that that's what you want to do?
Now, when he's saying your answers to the questions, the judge is saying, I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not here to tell you you got to do whatever. You can do whatever you want. The deal includes a proffer. Whatever you and your lawyer do in that proffer, it's on you. Now, you got to remember, a proffer agreement is something that they could use. It is something, remember, it's queen for a day, unless you go up in there lying. If you go up in there lying, there is going to backfire. So basically, that's what the judge is saying.
Because I want to emphasize, Mr. Henry, and I'm going to do this again at the end of my plea colloquy, whether you resolve the case by way of a negotiated plea or an open plea to me, or you resolve the case by way of a trial, it doesn't matter to me at all. But due to the resources that have been devoted to this case, I have 250 jurors summoned for jury duty starting tomorrow. So I want to be very thorough with you here this afternoon, because if you wake up tomorrow or the next day and you decide you've changed your mind and you want to resolve this case, both cases, by way of a jury trial, that's not going to happen. All right? If you want to have a trial, the trial starts tomorrow. If you want to accept the deal, you can accept the deal today. But there's not going to be any buyer's remorse, in other words, because I've given you plenty of time to think about this, talk to your lawyers about it, talk to your family about it. I talked to you about it last week. Kind of looks like your lawyers probably did something or other to get a better disposition for you as of this afternoon, but this is it today. So understanding all that, you've had enough time to talk to your lawyers about all that. That's what you want to do. So, sir, has anyone forced you, threatened you, or coerced you into entering these pleas? If I accept your pleas, there will not be a trial in either one of these cases. Do you understand that? If I accept these pleas, there's a whole bunch of constitutional rights you are giving up. I want to make sure you understand all of those rights. You have the right to maintain your plea of not guilty and have a trial in each case. You have the right to present defenses, to file motions and other pleadings in support of your defense. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to have the state prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to confront and cross-examine the witnesses against you. You have the right to appeal any decisions that I may have made up to this point, or any rulings I might make in a future trial. But understanding by entering this negotiated resolution today, you are giving up all of those rights. The matter is going to be resolved today, right now, this afternoon. Is that what you want to do? Are you satisfied with your lawyers? Have you had enough time to speak with them? Have they answered all your questions? Are you satisfied with all the work that they have done for you? Sir, I've got two identical plea forms here entitled Plea of Guilty or No Contest to Criminal Charges in Circuit Court. Each one has your name on the top, your initials on the left-hand side, front and back, and your signature on the back. Did you go over both of these forms? Any questions about what's on either of these forms? And is that your signature on the back of each form? Sir, there's a few things that I need to tell everyone that I take a plea from. They may or may not apply to you. If you are not a citizen of the United States, these pleas will result in your deportation. Do you understand that? Under the provisions of the Jimmy Rice Act, if the offenses to which you are pleading are sexually violent or sexually motivated offenses, or if you've been previously convicted of such offenses, then these pleas will subject you to an involuntary civil commitment as a sexually violent predator upon completion of your sentences. Do you understand that? If these are drug offenses, the Department of Motor Vehicles will revoke your driver's license for a period of 1 year. Do you understand that? Sir, paragraph 11 of each form that you sign reads as follows. I acknowledge that my attorney and I have reviewed any discovery disclosed by the state. My attorney and I are unaware of any physical evidence for which DNA may exonerate me. In other words, sir, if there's any physical evidence in the case that we could test for DNA, that DNA evidence would not tell me that you were not one of the people in that vehicle when these crimes occurred. But actually the opposite would be true. If there was any such physical evidence that could be tested for DNA, that DNA evidence would tell me that you were one of the two people that was inside this vehicle when these crimes occurred. Sir, do you agree with that statement? State, do you agree with that statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you agree with that statement? Mr. Henry, understanding everything that I have talked to you about up to this point, do you still want to go ahead and resolve both cases today, right now? Defense, is he stipulating to a factual basis for the purpose of each plea in both cases?
Yes.
And if he's entitled to a PSI, defense, are you going to waive that as to each case?
Absolutely.
State, is there anything else that you need me to do before I take his plea?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Henry, again, two cases. We're going to do one at a time. In case number 19, 1871 CF10A, as to count 3, accessory after the fact to murder in the first degree, and as to count 4, accessory after the fact as to murder in the first degree. How are you going to plead, sir? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? In case number 23, 10643 CF10A, as to count 1, tampering with a witness in a capital felony, and count 7, unlawful use of a two-way communication device. How are you going to plead, sir? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? I will accept your no contest pleas as to each. I'm going to find a factual basis to support each based upon my review of each electronic probable cause affidavit as well as your stipulation in court here today. I'm going to further find that you have freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waived your rights, that you have knowingly entered each plea with the advice of competent counsel who you've told me that you are satisfied with, that you understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of the plea. Accordingly, and pursuant to the negotiated agreement, I will sentence you as follows. In case number 19-1871 CF10A, as to count 3 and count 4, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 10 years in Florida State Prison. That will be followed by 6 years of reporting probation. I will impose mandatory court costs. Pursuant to 943.325, I will need a set of your prints and DNA. Pursuant to 938.27, I will impose a cost of prosecution of $100. Sir, I'm also ordering restitution in that case payable to Terry, T-E-R-R-I, Bagley, B-A-G-L-E-Y, and Ashley, A-S-H-L-E-Y, Phillips, P-H-I-L-L-I-P-S, and reserving as to the amount. I'm going to give the state 120 days to tell me the amount of the restitution. If they fail to do so within 120 days, there will be no restitution. If they come back with an amount and the attorneys agree on the amount, I will impose that as another condition of your sentence to pay back. If they come back with an amount and the attorneys do not agree on the amount, I will conduct a restitution hearing. That will conclude that matter. In case number 23-10643 CF10A, as to count 1 and count 7, I will adjudicate you guilty. Count 7 is a sentence of 5 years in Florida State Prison. Count 1 is a sentence of 10 years in Florida State Prison, followed by 6 years of reporting probation. I will impose mandatory court costs in that case as well. I will not impose the cost of prosecution in that case as I just did so in the previous case. Pursuant to 943.325, I will need another set of your prints and DNA. All of these, there is no restitution in that case. All of these sentences, all counts, both cases, will run concurrently. That is at the same time with each other. I will give you credit for all the time that you have served. State, in 19-1871 CF10A, your announcement as to counts 1 and 2.
The state will be announcing a null process to those counts, Your Honor.
And in case number 23-10643 CF10A, state your announcement as to count 2 and count 5.
The state will be announcing a null process to those counts as well.
Okay. I think that concludes all the matters. State, is there anything else that you need me to do regarding Mr. Henry in either case?
Mr. We just have one moment.
I'm looking at the plea forms, the 23 case, they have 707 days credit for time served. In the 19 case, 1,340 days credit for time served.
Nothing else, Your Honor, we just have an order for you as well.
Okay. So listen, my the fee hearing docket is at 3:30 p.m. So
We've already spoken with BSI, I think we're just in an order, to be here for about a week.
okay. I mean, I was going to make it available if you wanted to do it now.
I think BSI has problems with that.
Okay. So they're in charge.
Just coordinated with us.
Yeah, of course.
Judge.
Anything else from the defense on behalf of Mr. Henry? All right, Mr. Henry, I'm not quite sure how your lawyers managed to do this, but I wish you good luck, sir. Yeah, he'll be on, Mr. Nesmith and Mr. Haddad. We'll have a probation officer here tomorrow. He'll be on my docket tomorrow morning for the instructions on probation. So I will sign all the paperwork if you want to stick around for that. We're otherwise going to be in recess till 3:30 p.m. The fee hearing docket starts at 3:30 p.m., so I'll be in a recess until then. Mr. Henry, I'm not quite sure how your lawyers managed to do this.
Oh man, had a nigga could call me trying to bet. So I had somebody call me. I just bet 10 grand. So I got a 5. All right, so chat. I got 10K bet. That's what we was just arguing. I won't tell who. But I got 10K bet. Someone said, yo, I'm gonna bet that he is not gonna say nothing that's gonna hurt Melly. And they pointed out a part to me. They said, if you check out the plea, because the judge said this, let me go back to it.
That is at the same time with each other. I will give you credit for all
Here we
the
go.
DNA state your announcement as to count 2 in either case.
Here we go.
They have 707 days credit for time served in the next.
Hold on.
So listen, the fee hearing docket is at 3:30 p.m. So
We've already
Oh,
spoken.
hold on.
and in case number 20,
Here we go.
indicate you guilty. Count 7,
Hold on.
325 state 10 else that you need me to do regarding Mr. Henry in either case.
Mr. If you just have one moment.
Hold on.
It's the 23 case. Time served. That will be followed by 6 years of reporting probation.
Okay.
I will impose
Here we go.
mandatory court costs. Pursuant to 943.325, I will need a set of your prints and DNA.
Like if you, yo, we gonna need a set of your prints and DNA. Come on, bruv.
Pursuant to 938.27, I will impose a cost of prosecution of $100. Sir, I'm also ordering restitution in that case payable 20 days to tell me the amount of the restitution. There will be no restitution. I will impose that as another condition. That will conclude that matter. In case number, as to count 1, reporting probation. Just did so in the previous case. Pursuant to 940.325, no restitution in that case. Both cases,
Wait.
all the time that you have served. State, EF10A, your announcement as to counts 1 and 2. In case number 20, I think that concludes all the matters. State, is there anything else that you need me to do regarding Mr. Henry in either case?
Mr. If you just have one moment.
All right. Anyway, the judge mentioned something about the proffer, and so this person's argument with me was that this is a little bit different than federal because the judge is making it clear I don't care what you do in the proffer. So essentially, he could go in the proffer and lie and spin. So let me go back to
Not
that.
guilty or no contest? Contest, please, as to each, that you understand the nature of the charges, and count 4. I will adjudicate you
Fuck.
guilty. Senate
I wish the thing was popping.
attorneys do not agree on the amount. I will conduct 6 years of reporting probation.
Okay.
Guilty, not guilty, or no, to count 4 for the purpose of each plea in both cases. Crimes occurred. Sir, do you
By the way, I will say, Melly's younger brother is in here. So if Melly's younger brother is in here, maybe this is an attempted play. I'm just saying, if he tried to spin the cops, I think it ends bad.
vehicle when these crimes occurred? But actually, the opposite would be true. If there was any such physical evidence that could be tested for DNA, that DNA evidence would tell me that you were one of the 2 people that was inside this vehicle when these crimes occurred. Sir, do you agree with that statement? State, do you agree with that statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
By the way, and another reason I called the Gunner plea. Didn't Gunner basically also said the same thing? Yeah, I was in the car, but the guns wasn't mine. Ain't this nigga saying, I'm in the car, here's my DNA. If y'all find it anywhere else, it ain't me.
Defense, do you agree with that statement? Mr. Henry, understanding everything that I have talked to you about up to this point, do you still want to go ahead and resolve both cases? Is there anything else that you need me to do before I take his plea? Accessory after the 1-0 contest pleas as to each, that you have knowingly entered each plea, the consequences of the plea. Accordingly, and pursuant to the negotiated agreement, I will sentence you as follows. In case number 19, that will be followed by 7. I will serving as to the amount. I'm going to give a condition of your sentence to pay back. If they come back with an amount 3 CF10A, as to count 1 reporting probation.
I'm trying to get to the proffer part.
Sentences, all counts. CF10A, your announcement as to counts 1 and 2.
The state will not.
So I'll give you quickly what the bet is. 2 $5,000 bets, right? So the first bet, and I bet that something involved in this. Again, this ain't 6ix9ine snitching where he's gonna be like, he right there, nice Melly, right? No, like bro, these lawyers are way more advanced, and they disguise what telling is. I believe that the information given up in a proffer, and also by the nature of the pleas that he's taken, accessory after the fact of murder, it helps the state. Oh, why the fuck would the state drop 5 life sentences to just be like, oh, we just want this guy to go home? Come on. So I believe something is there and it'll be obvious. But that might be hard to tell because this is why these lawyers are good. Because just like, Gunna fans get to run around and be like, well, Gunna's statements was used in court. Yeah, nigga. Because Thug's lawyers and everybody else lawyers who stayed on the case stopped fighting the argument that YSL wasn't a gang. Thug actually was right about that when he said it in the interview. Their whole strategy turned from we're not a gang to, well, maybe it was a gang, but we're in the record label part. So they conceded. Once niggas start copping pleas that it was a gang, they shifted. So basically, they weren't going to contest it anymore, meaning they wouldn't have to call Gunna. But if they were still going to contest that, which would be stupid, they would call Gunna. But Thug's lawyers and all the lawyers stopped arguing that YSL isn't a gang. They just said, this guy was doing music, and it was a multifaceted thing, but this was only a musician. You get what I'm saying? So again, Gunna fans get to run around and say, oh, he didn't get called. Yeah, because nothing that he said, he already said it. And then other people reiterated it. Thug's lawyers and everybody else's lawyers just had to pivot. They pivoted to say, well, we could still beat it. Let's just say not everybody was in the gang. Do you get what I'm saying?
Announcing a null process to those counts, Your Honor.
And in case number 23-10643 CF10A, state your announcement as to count 2 and count 5.
The state will be announcing a null process to those counts as well.
Well, I said, damn, we might be a
That
gang.
concludes all the matters. State, is there anything else that you need me to do regarding Mr. Henry in either case?
If you just have one moment.
I'm looking at the plea forms, the 23 case, they have 707 days credit for time served
Yes, I think
to do it. Defense on behalf of Mr. Haddad. Yeah, he'll be on Mr. Nesmith and Mr. Haddad.
Okay.
As to count 3, accessory after, do you understand that? Under the provisions of the Jimmy Rice Act, if the offenses to which you are pleading are sexually violent or upon acknowledge
I
that
can't
my
find
attorney
it.
and I have reviewed any discovery disclosed by the state.
And they
My
don't have the
attorney
fucking,
and I are unaware of any physical evidence for which
All right, my bad. I was trying to find the transcript. I could just search it. There is a part where, damn, can I find? There's a part where the judge says, as far as your proffer, our deal here is done. And basically he's saying, your proffer has nothing to do with me, in a sense.
understanding everything that I have talked to you about up to this point, do you still want to go ahead? I acknowledge that my attorney and I have these forms. And is that your signature on the back? You are not a citizen of the United States. If the offense is, you have the right to appeal any decision this afternoon. Is that what you want to provide with all the work that they have done for you? You have guilty or no contest. And is that your signature on the amount? I will conduct a restitution, no bearing on this nature of the charges.
Okay, all right. I'll find it another time because I'm going to just sit here and OCD over it. God damn. Does anybody know the timestamp for it? Somebody said go back more.
As to murder in the first degree, how are you going to? We're going to do one at a time to a PSI defense. Understanding everything that these crimes occurred. That. Sir, paragraph 11 of each form that you see probation. I will impose mandatory. There will be no restitution. Count 7. I will accept 1-0.
I can't find it.
State, is there anything else that you need me to do before I take his plea?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Henry, again, 2 cases. We're going to negotiate an agreement. I will sentence you as follows. 9 just did so in the previous case.
Just let it play. I'm going to let it play. My bad.
Each one has your name on the top, your initials on the left-hand side, front and back, and your signature on the back. Did you go over both of these forms? Any questions about what's on either of these forms? And is that your signature on the back of each form? Sir, there's a few things that I need to tell everyone that I take a plea from. They may or may not apply to you. If you are not a citizen of the United States, these pleas will result in your deportation. Do you understand that? Under the provisions of the Jimmy Rice Act, if the offenses to which you are pleading are sexually violent or sexually motivated offenses, or if you've been previously convicted of such offenses, then these pleas will subject you to an involuntary civil commitment as a sexually violent predator upon completion of your sentences. Do you understand that? If these are the drug offenses, the Department of Motor Vehicles will revoke your driver's license for a period of 1 year. Do you understand that? Sir, paragraph 11 of each form that you sign reads as follows. I acknowledge that my attorney and I have reviewed any discovery disclosed by the state. My attorney and I are unaware of any physical evidence for which DNA may exonerate me. In other words, sir, if there's any physical evidence in the case that we could test for DNA, that DNA evidence would not tell me that you were not one of the people in that vehicle when these crimes occurred. But actually the opposite would be true. If there was any such physical evidence that could be tested for DNA, that DNA evidence would tell me that you were one of the 2 people that was inside this vehicle when these crimes occurred. Sir, do you agree with that statement?
So basically agreeing that he was in a car.
State, do you agree with that statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you agree with that statement? Mr. Henry, understanding everything that I have talked to you about up to this point, do you still want to go ahead and resolve both cases today, right now? Defense, is he stipulating to a factual basis for the purpose of each plea in both cases?
Yes.
And if he's entitled to a PSI, defense, are you going to waive that as to each case?
Absolutely.
State, is there anything else?
By the way, so he's stipulating to a factual basis, which means you got to give a factual basis of how you committed accessory after the fact. To me, I don't know how you do that without not tell. Like, if one nigga saying the murder ain't happened and the other nigga is saying how he helped the murder happen after it happened, how the hell you ain't, like, okay.
What you need me to do before I take his plea?
No, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Henry, again, 2 cases. We're going to do one at a time. In case number 19, 1871 CF10A, as to count 3, accessory after the fact to murder in the first degree, and as to count 4, accessory after the fact as to murder in the first degree. How are you going to plead, sir? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? In case number 23, 10643 CF10A, as to count 1, tampering with a witness in a capital felony, and count 7, unlawful use of a 2-way communication device. How are you going to plead, sir? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? I will accept your no contest pleas as to each. I'm going to find a factual basis to support each based upon my review of each electronic probable cause affidavit as well as your stipulation in court here today. I'm going to further find that you have freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waived your rights, that you have knowingly entered each plea with the advice of competent
Oh, wow, 745. Goddamn. Y'all look good.
Phillips and reservists to the amount. I'm going to give the state 120 days to tell me the amount of that restitution. If they fail to do so within 120 days, there will be no restitution. If they come back with an amount and the attorneys agree on the amount, I will impose that as another condition of your sentence to pay back that restitution. If they come back with an amount and the attorneys do not agree on the amount, I will conduct a restitution hearing. Sir, lastly, and I want to make it very clear on the record, and it's unrelated to this negotiated change of plea, I guess at some point after the fact, the state wants to take a proffer from you
there
to
you
have a
go.
discussion with you, ask you some questions about whatever that may be. What I want you to understand, sir, is I guess that's part of this negotiated resolution, but your answers to any of those questions, whatever they might be, have no bearing on me and have no bearing on this negotiated resolution. In other words, the deal you've negotiated is the deal you've negotiated, and that's the ballgame. Do you understand all that, sir? Have you had enough time to talk to your lawyer?
Now, and this is why is again. So the person who made the bet with me, they're going off of this to say he could spin the cops. So here I goes in a proffer session. It's called Queen for a Day. Usually they're giving you a proffer knowing that you either committed crime, and it's really a negotiated thing. This is something where you're not gonna use your Fifth Amendment right in a proffer. Remember, there's 2 murder charges that they no pros. They essentially got dismissed. They could file them again. So if he goes in a proffer session and says some other shit, now granted, whatever he says, they could usually, sometimes it'll come with an immunity or whatever of the sorts. They could just file more charges against the nigga. So again, it's kind of worthless to go in there and just flat out lie. You know what I mean? Again, remember, even if, and also I believe it helps the state case, even if he doesn't fully point the finger at Melly. Melly's story is that he got dropped off at a certain time. If his truthful story doesn't exactly match Melly's story, Melly looks like a liar, and they could use that. So again, I think there's multiple ways how the police or the DA is gonna use this, but that's my first bet. Then the second bet is that when we get the plea agreement, he has to testify if called upon, because I don't know why everybody keeps saying niggas is signing deals and getting out of jail early, but they don't have to take the stand if called upon. Not saying you're the star witness, but if called upon. If for whatever reason you're called upon, I've never seen a deal where you sign a deal that says I never have to take the stand. What the fuck point of a deal is that? So again, maybe they don't need him, but I guarantee in that plea agreement, it says if he's called to testify under oath to the truthfulness of the statements he made in this plea agreement or in the proffer session, he has to. I guarantee. So those are the two best. Anyway, let me go check in on Kaicenat, and we'll talk about Drake in a little bit with Kaicenat. But a Kaicenat said YoungBoy concert. This shit look like it's a movie.
Hey, it's
Yo, that's the first white person I seen at YoungBoy's concert. What the fuck? They got pimple commercials on this shit? What the hell? Yo, that's the first white person I seen at YoungBoy's concert, man. That's an infiltrator. That's an infiltrator. I ain't gonna lie, I went to a Travis Scott concert. I ain't seen more than 10 black people. That's a fact. Travis Scott concert was straight white people. I ain't gonna hold you. Nothing wrong with it, by the way. You feel me? There was no violence. There's a bunch of people like, yo, yeah, dude, Rager and all that bullshit. You know what I mean? Drake concerts, a lot of hoes. There's old people, little kids. It's a mixed bag. I wouldn't say there's decent amount of black people and white people and Spanish people. You could just see it's niggas who got money. Kendrick concert just looked like a Black Panther rally. Looked like some niggas who's anti-deodorant. Well, actually, no, his concerts back in the day. This time when I seen him at the stadium, it was looks like a pop person concert. So, and it was him and SZA, so I get it. All right, is this ad fucking done? Yo, Twitch won't let you skip the ad. Wow, y'all went to the next tab trying to skip it. Unless, yo, Kai is running some crazy ads, huh? Holy, yeah, that boy got 239,000. Yo, y'all think Drake finna apologize to Kai? We gotta keep it a bean. Niggas need Kai. Like, you think Drake will apologize to Kai? But really, Drake ain't diss Kai. We're gonna talk about it in a second. He ain't diss him. Drake, you know, Drake a little sassy. Drake put up Drake, he a troll. So Kai trolled him, he trolled Kai back. You can't be mad at it. It is what it is. But I do think all these rappers need Kai. I ain't gonna hold you. I could watch it on YouTube. Trying to watch it on. All right, it's 48 seconds, man. Jesus Christ. I gotta holler at Twitch, man. Get back up on that bit. I said that's Sneeko. He too old to diss Kai? No, he not. But I do think Drake has been kind of pandering to that audience. Like, it wouldn't make sense for him to turn Kai into an op. So that's why I know he's trolling. You get what I'm saying? All right, 15 seconds. Let's see how it's looking, huh? Let's see. Fuck. All right, here we go. Wait, did AMP just take over YB's concert? Nah, it must be an LA crowd, man. No shiesty? Not 250,000 people.
Chat good? Yeah, chat good. Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie. Shit is a movie. This shit is
sold out. Yo, let me give you the realistic take of YB's concert. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. and this is no hate. This is no hate. I hope nobody get mad at me saying this. I think the organizers have to be excited or glad that nigga EBK Jabo did not get on this tour. Nigga, I'm gonna keep it a bean. It would have been too many felonies, shootings. These are the people that got money that could buy the front row tickets. There's a bunch of YNs up in there. I'll be honest with you. Like everybody else, like Tusi over there, he go up in the crowd winding himself up. He take his shirt off. He just, all the bitches go over there. All the YNs looking like they want to rob him. They just kind of back up like, what the fuck is this nigga? So Tusi performs. You know what I mean? He got a little movement for the girls. The girls be loving him type shit. You know what I mean? Who else? Lil Dump. Like, I don't know. Lil Dump is like Baby YB or something like that. It's like Rakai for Kaicenat. So he on stage just mad while the music playing. Who else? And then Offset perform. And I ain't gonna lie to you, chat. Like, this crowd, at least the crowd that I went to, and no diss to Offset, that's my man's. This crowd was even too young for Offset. You could tell there was this like watching Offset like. Then they hear Bad and Bougie. Oh, Bad and Bougie. Trust me. Nigga. I was like, oh damn, this crowd kind of tame. Nigga. At a point, like right here, when it turned green, it's because YB finna come out. Nigga, at that point, it was just straight madness from, like, really, they're only there for, not Kai, I mean, they're only there for YB. So, like, really, the openers, shout out to the openers, but thank God he didn't have, like, a bunch of other niggas that YNs are listening to right now. Like, he has a good mix. He brought somebody for the ladies. He brought, like, you know, Offset's a superstar, but, like, you know, it's different. Like, if Offset was on tour with, like, Drake, it would probably go up way more. Because I would watch this shit. Like, not saying it don't go up. It's just that these hoodlums really get active for YB and YB only. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. So, we'll see. I don't know if Offset performed yet, but usually once they hit the green shit.
Hold on, we got Hey, help little man.
Give me opportunity, bro. Give me opportunity, bro.
I will say, though, during the breaks, all they played was Drake. Like, okay. Damn, how does he have great quality like that?
Be better than me. Be better than me. Be better than me. Can I get a low key play? A what? 2K. Go ahead. I'm a 2K. Guard cross. Say that.
Yo, is this like Fredo 5 times? Who the fuck is this nigga?
I'll cash you 300 for it right now. Oh shit, on my neck. My God.
Is that like a thing? Because when niggas was heckling me going in and say they would give me $300 for a follower too. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yo, Kyle, what's your favorite YB song? Hey, Kyle, what's your favorite YB song?
Come on, bro. I play it all the time. All of it. House arresting.
Wait, what's your
child? Casey,
What's your build on 2K? What's your build on 2K?
my build on 2K. I'm a sharp shooting.
Okay, all right. We might as well just tap back in. But they got a different camera. Yo, what type of production is this? This shit crystal clear. Nigga, they're on the move in an arena of 20,000 and their camera clearer than mine and I'm at home. Nah, this is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. All right, okay. So I don't think, let me see, what time is it in LA? Yeah, YB's gonna get on, it's 9:30. Yeah, he usually get on at like between now and 10. Yeah. Okay. Let's go get into this whole Drake and Kai thing real quick, and then we'll pop back in and hopefully there's something going on, right? All right. So everybody's up in arms because they're feeling like Drake dissed Kai after Drake put up a photo collage where he says, "Paris, how we looking?" And one of the slides feature this. Now, this is Kai's forehead / hairline. And, I mean, I don't know what's funny necessarily about it, but shit. I think Drake is probably just, like, throwing it up there to get a couple laughs. Who cares? Obviously, people in the comment section, because the Drake comment section is laughing. It's fucking hilarious, right? Oh my God, Kai, like whatever. And yeah, some people believe it's because Kaicenat gave his opinion about episode 3 of Iceman. Now, let me see, Kai. Let me see if I could play you guys that. And his opinion was that this shit was ass. That's what he said. Let me see. Hold on. Pause. I just typed in Kaicenat ass. It better not show porn. It better not show porn. Okay, good. What the fuck? Why can't I see it? Drake. Why can't I see it? Is it this?
I feel. I don't know. That's how I feel, nigga. I don't know about that one. At first, it was, it was a vibe. But I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay. Then he had further opinions about, damn, his new shit. Let me see. Why the fuck can't I find it? Jesus Christ. Kaicenat. Wait, what the fuck? Kaicenat, Drake, ass. Pause. Damn, what type of search terms am I doing right now? Right here.
Biggest waste of my fucking time of all time. The biggest waste of my goddamn. R.I.P. to Armani. R.I.P. to Armani. R.I.P. to Armani. Yo, I can't fake it. I can't fake it. That was ass. I can't fake it. I actually can't fake it. I actually can't fake it. That was so ass.
Now, okay. So here's the thing. A lot of people believe that Kai went overboard with his opinion. And that him saying it was ass or it was a waste of time, he went too crazy. I mean, even Los Pollos commented, and he's a peer of Kai, and he was like, yo, bro, you went a little bit too hard. He said this.
I can't fake it. I actually can't fake it. That was so ass.
You just sit there, the dude does this whole thing, and you go, that was ass. Now, it's one thing, bro. It's one thing to not...
That's not his real voice. That's his chipmunk voice.
To be like, oh, you know what? If you want to give it a rating, that was a 6 out of 10 or that, whatever. Respectfully, right? But when you just go to someone's art and go, that shit was ass, that's literally fighting words, bro. That's literally fucked up. And it's it just is fucked up. It just is fucked up. And the reason I say art is because that's what it was, bro. And I love that people go oh, dude, that didn't even make sense. But meanwhile, if it was fucking K-Bot, what the fuck would they say? There'd be entire fucking hour-long breakdowns of each frame. Oh, did you see when Kendrick was facing the right? That's because of the comp... Dude.
I can't fake...
Okay. Now, people believe Drake posted that was in response. Now, Kai, I believe, responded to Drake posting that. And let me see. I think he responded. I think I'm hearing that he tried to call Drake. Is that true? Oh, okay.
Drake! Why would this nigga post my shit? Where you get this from? I'm so like that. I'm so like that, I'm calling him on the spot. I'm calling him right now. I'm so like that, I'm calling him right now. I haven't spoken to him in so long, but I'm calling him right now. And hey, Drake, if you don't answer, mud, I'm calling him right now. It's not ringing. Is he out the U.S.? What type of... I'm asking why he posted this picture. He didn't block me. This doesn't mean blocked.
Your call has been forwarded.
D&D. He's in Europe. He should be able to answer. Do I call him through WhatsApp? Oh, I gotta FaceTime him. You're right. I gotta FaceTime him. I'm a FaceTime audio him. You're right. You're so right.
Okay. All right. So basically, he didn't respond. Now, the question or people are trying to ask, are they beefing, whatever. Now, here's my opinion first and foremost. I believe that they're trolling. I've had a critical opinion about Drake, and Drake has posted me, and I don't take anything of it. Because here's the thing. I give my opinion all day about everybody. I get my jokes off on everybody. And I do think oftentimes fans think, because I deal with it with sometimes y'all. Like, I give my opinion about people and whatever. And then when y'all give y'all opinion about me, like, or sometimes y'all do it to me. Y'all give y'all opinion about me, and when I respond, it's like, damn, you bothered. Hey, no, we're all human. So if I'm over here giving my opinion about somebody and they want to get a little funny joke, I don't think he's mad. Get a funny joke. Who gives a fuck? I think he was just trying to clown Kai a little bit. But yeah, Kai's also criticizing him. I don't think it means that he's in his feelings, right? Now, that's what I believe. I think Drake is just, he got like that little sense of humor of him trying to be like, that's him thinking he's clowning you. That's what I believe, right? Now, there's other people who think otherwise. They believe that this is a conspiracy. And I've heard this a little bit, that Kai has switched sides and he's now on Team LeBron because he's doing this Mafia-thon, and if he gets to 1 million subs, LeBron is going to cut his hair, and LeBron is like Drake's op, and da-da-da-da, and I'm like, well, I can't speak for Drake, but I hope it's not that. I really think it's just harmless joking. But I got to be honest with you, okay? It would be stupid, if you ask me, for Drake to even try to have any type of beef with Kai. Number one, I think every rapper in the game needs Kai because they're all pandering to his audience. And I keep telling y'all, Kai's audience aren't necessarily fans of music. They're fans of Kai's personal curation and taste, which means if Kai likes you, they like you. Second or thirdly of all, I think history has proven, I've seen more clips of Drake hitting up Kai than Kai trying to get Drake's attention, which, that's very different than normally most streamers. Like, and I mean, you can look it up. You can look it up. Just type in Kaicenat Drake, and if you look it up, you'll see many examples. Drake texts Kai, stay on stream. I'm dropping my diss song. By the way, also Kai doesn't come off as a hater. He's vibing to the song with Yachty and Drake.
I'm watching the moves playing it.
I'm watching the moves playing it. He enjoyed that song. He said it was amazing, right? Drake has posted Kai on his story, called him a real one already, right? Like, these are things that if you were upset that he called an episode of yours ass, it looked funny on you, not him, right? Like, you can't call a nigga a real one because he didn't like something you did with your art. It's not like he said you a bitch or you a fake nigga. If he's bigged up your songs before and he don't like one song or one episode, you can't beef with him for that. And by the way, I don't think Drake is gonna beef with him for it. So I'm just trying to like analyze different type of things here. Look, let's see what else. Well, maybe I said Drake had canceled on Kai to do stream with Aiden. Oh, I didn't know that. All right, I don't know if it's clickbait. Okay. Let me see what they did collab on the Somebody You Love's like project. So that's another thing. Like Drake commented on a post saying he was hyped to meet Kai. I'm gonna be honest with you. The one thing I can say about Kai, as opposed to most other streamers, including myself, I can't say Kai is fanboying over Drake. It seems like there's mutual respect here, and it seems like there's no hate on both sides. So there's nothing that I could look at Kai like, oh, you mad because this, or it seems like it's mutual respect. So again, it just goes into theory. Into my theory that I don't believe this. This is all about nothing, right? The last thing is what? Let me see. Yeah, Drake said Kai deserved, showing mutual love. Says Kai deserved $50 million from Twitch. You know what I mean? So they've given each other love back and forth. Pause. If you ask me, I think this is a lot about nothing. Somebody says, what? Drake is Team Aiden? Okay. Well, how does that have to do with Kai? I don't get it. Also, I've been told y'all this. I think we Drake fans keep thinking that niggas like Kai and some of these younger streamers give a fuck about Drake more than they do. Honestly, respectfully. Like, I think they look at Drake not as how some people that's in my chat, and maybe I do, like, oh, this is the greatest artist of all time. I think they look at him as, yo, if I do a stream with him, I think I get a lot of views. That's it. Like, it's not that deep for them. Like, they don't have any, you know what I mean? And maybe Drake thinks otherwise. You know, I keep telling y'all, some of these niggas think YB is that. Whatever Drake, like however y'all call my love of Drake's music, whatever you call that, some of these niggas is doing that for Cardi, and they're doing that for other artists. Not everybody looks at Drake like that. So I could understand Kai being like, I don't give a fuck. Okay. Kai to me is a fair person. Kai was with Lil Baby, and then when Baby's album came out, he kept it real. Baby showed up to his fucking bedroom. I don't even think Drake showed up to his bedroom yet. Pause. Like, extra pause on that. But he was very honest. He was just like, Baby was there doing all that shit with him, and then he was just like, nah, that's just all right. And I'm going to be honest with you. Kai done told us his favorite artist is A Boogie. The only person I think he wouldn't say that to is A Boogie. I promise you. I think he wouldn't say, oh, this shit is ass about A Boogie shit, because that's his guy. That's his artist. And for all the artists that's, you know, like, Kai's a human too. You not his favorite. That's just the reality of it. Like, his favorite is A Boogie. And I'm pretty sure if A Boogie dropped some steaming hot garbage, which I don't think he does, I think he'll probably give him a little bit more grace. He probably looks at you just like he looks at Cardi, which y'all are both great artists. Like, he looks at YB, like he looks at Travis. Yeah, great artist, but if I'm going to call your shit good one time, I might call it ass another. That's it. I don't think you can be mad at him. I think Kai's pretty fair. I've never seen, like, I just got to be honest. I haven't seen Kai, like, play the politics, and I think he's been tested enough where I'm like, oh, he's just going to keep it real. Fuck it. He don't give a fuck. So I think he genuinely feels the shit was ass. And I think that's why Kai is actually important, because a lot of people, you know, are compromised. All right. Anyway, did the thing start? Wait. Oh shit. Now, some of these like little sus New York dances, y'all can't bring to a YB show. Come on now. Well, actually, YB do be dancing a little bit. Like, YB be doing all that shit too. Oh, Yeah, when he do that little dance, let's see if he do it. That little sus dance. YB do have some sus dances. We gotta keep it a beat. Okay. Yo, you gotta bring a Shiesty to the YB show. I ain't gonna lie, it's true. You got to. A Shiesty, a green flag. Shit, if you can't get your switch in, bring some mace.
Digging up a grave don't just stir dirt. It stirs the whole neighborhood. Legends don't stay buried. They crawl from the start. Drip from the
Okay. Yo, LA, I better not disappoint. This is like the tamest crowd so far. Yo, Twitch is diabolical, man. Let me go on YouTube and freeboot this shit, man. Kaicenat. I know some YouTube channel got it. Where is it at? Kaicenat. Yes. Thank you. You're not sitting through your motherfucking ad. My bro. All right, come on, man. Could somebody just play this shit? God damn, bro. Get money, fuck hoes. Okay. Yo, AMP looked like the most the most sensible YNs ever. Yo, who's this nigga? He like a YN at heart. This nigga about to cry. He got a felony? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I definitely left the show because I left the show and realized I'm not that big of a YoungBoy fan as I thought I did because he was performing songs. I thought he was just gonna perform the bangers. The nigga performed certain songs. I ain't know the words, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even gonna go up in there and act like I knew every word to every song. That's a fact. The nigga got too many fucking songs. I think it's because AMP is there. I'm gonna be honest with you. Bro, I've never seen niggas on their phone at YB shows. Like, nigga, it's raging like I don't even see niggas like this. Nigga, I was there at the same spot, like in that front row shit where the security's at. It was just violence. Yo, this is so cute. Pause. Yo, he has the part where like his homies are at the side of the stage and they're like, you can tell they're like, when do we get to come turn up with you? And they'd be like, Bobo, come on, you. Ted, come on. And they're like, let's go. This is cute. Maybe I shouldn't say cute because niggas gonna take it wrong. Yeah, this is gangster. Yeah. He calls Herm, the bigger guy, him. He calls him Bobo. Or Baba, whatever. I don't know what the fuck he said. It's Baba? Well, he says out here, Bobo. Yo, ain't rapping fun? To get paid like $600,000 to do this is like amazing, right? Go on stage, turn up with your homies. Yo, is Kai getting his nails done? Oh, never mind. That's that gloss. Okay. What the fuck is that sound? Oh, down here. Oh, chat. I was gonna skip the LA shows because I got to stream, and then I was gonna pop back up like in Ohio. But then, should I go after Chicago? I ain't going to Chicago. It's either after Chicago or before Chicago. Yo, chat. Oh, I know I keep cutting it off. You know my favorite part of YoungBoy show? It's not mixy at all. It's just niggas, bro. There's not 30 rappers backstage dick riding. He don't fuck with nobody. So like there's the only rappers other than the people performing I seen was Kevin Gates. That's it. Not a bunch of dick riding rappers there hoping that they get their little 5 minutes of fame. He don't like nobody. Nobody likes him. Everybody is his op. And he's just selling out the show. Like, so I was there. You know me. I don't got no problems with anyone but rappers. That's why I don't like going to other people's shows. I go to people's shows. Yeah, I like the rapper and the rapper is cool with me. But backstage is a bunch of 50 other dick riding rappers who I probably don't like and they don't like me. You go to YB's show, ain't nobody backstage but Birdman. Birdman back there. Somewhere just chilling in his bus. But other than that, there's not a bunch of rappers just riding around in here. Nobody touches the stage. He did give Kevin Gates a little look, but he be putting on local niggas. He don't give a fuck. switching cameras.
I swear to God.
If you're from LA, I need to see every cell phone light on in the motherfucking building. If you're from Cali, I need to see every cell phone light on in the motherfucking building. I'm about to do something for y'all. I'm about to do something for y'all real quick. Let me see something. Let me see something. I got something this real quick.
Or maybe as a guest.
Pretty ladies, make some noise here.
Who the fuck is that? Is that girl Pluto? Oh, that's Bunna B. What you mean I got paid? Supposedly that's Bunna B. Like, they're like the new ratchet, like, you know, I forgot what type of music it's called. It's called like abortion music. I forgot what. It's like the most degenerate shit ever. I think she used to be friends with the other girl who's popping too. Her name's Pluto. She got something like, Big Pluto, what the fuck? Or something like that. They wouldn't be like, yo, Lululemon. I don't be on TikTok, but that's what these fucking whores keep telling me. Is that a dance? Yeah, we're old, chat. We're old, man. Jesus. You catch a girl listening to this type of fuckery, man, you're with a whore. All right? Let me see if I can find. I want to see like the latter parts of the concert because you know he starts playing more recognizable, at least recognizable for me, songs, and he ends the show with "I Hate YoungBoy." I just want y'all to see how lit this shit is. They got to show the crowd more like they're casuals to YoungBoy. Like this nigga's Asian. You feel me? They look like Jackie Chan in the motherfucking ski mask. Like he ain't gonna know the YB shit. Shit, I don't know like the YB shit. So you got to show the crowd when you come to shit like this. Because if you not lit it gonna make the concert not look lit. And like, you know, they're enjoying it and everything, but I'm telling you, this concert is lit in a half. Half the time, if you saw how I just videoed the crowd. And the crowd around here is gonna just be in awe that Kaicenat standing next to them, so it's not the true representation. Yo, you can tell Wabi don't fuck with nobody. That nigga's in LA. He could have brought out all these LA niggas who claim they big artists. That nigga brings out somebody who is people like who? I ain't gonna lie, man. This is what I know. Yo, I think niggas like me stopped dancing a long time. This is how I know I'm old, bro. Like, some of these dances too zesty for me, bro. Like, any dance where you gotta put some arch in your back and go like this, and you putting something in your mouth, like that shit. Nah, I can't, bruv. I can't, bruv. Like all the new, what the fuck? All the new dances look sassy as hell. All right, we'll check back in on this shit. All right. Let's get to 6ix9ine and Young Thug, man. Anyway, 6ix9ine is unwilling and refuses to allow people to just casually move on from the conversation about Young Thug either cooperating or not. Now, Young Thug did a whole interview with Big Bank called Perspectives on the podcast, and he tried to explain his perspective, and shit, I ain't gonna lie, a couple hilarious clips came from it. The whoop-de-doo, that shit was hilarious. And look, listen.
Fuck that, nigga. If we go to prison for the rest of our life, whoop-de-doo. Chin up, fuck that, nigga. If we go to prison for the rest of our life, whoop-de-doo. Chin up, fuck that, nigga. If we go to prison for the rest of our life, whoop-de-doo.
Nah,
we go to prison, nigga.
What? Nah, there's a bunch of hilarious moments. Let me see if I can find some more hilarious moments. The interview. And
not getting love, the proper love from my entire family made me seek love from niggas.
What?
Me not getting love, the proper love from my entire family made me seek love from niggas.
Oh, hell no.
Nigga, I created you, nigga. Well, God created you, but I helped. Nigga, I created you, nigga. If we go to prison for the rest of our life, whoop-de-doo. We go to prison, nigga. And we fight to get out this bitch.
What?
If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
What?
Nigga, I created you, nigga. Well, God created you, but I helped. Once you rap or once you turn gay, and I don't got nothing to do.
Yo, they invited me on TMZ. I thought they were going to talk about like the whole thing. Yo, first of all, Harvey says as soon as I get on TMZ, academics, just so you know, I'm gay. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I know Harvey, I know. And then the whole article they ran, it was about Young Thug mentioning the gay stuff, which is shit. Look, let me just type my name in academics. Look, the whole article was Young Thug's take on street code career.
I knew that I wasn't in good health. Then one day I went to give my blood.
Look, he joined the live stream and blah, blah, da, da, da. And I ain't gonna lie, I could tell they took, fuck what he was told by other rappers. They didn't like the fact, they said it was a career ender, not for snitching. Not for snitching, but it was, look, let me see if I can. They basically were just saying he was anti-gay. Well, they changed the article too. They changed up the article because when they first. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can play it. I'll play it. Fuck. Everything has an ad. Like Loki, they were trying to push me. Pause. In the area of, yo, why did he attack the LGBT community by saying that? I'm like, I don't think that's what he did. He was just on some street code shit. Here we go.
Why?
Here we go.
Why did he feel the need to reveal this? I don't get. I can't connect the dots. It's the rat thing, right? Because
so they were asking about why he said this moment where he's like, the two things you can't be is a rat and be gay, and Harvey, who's a gay man, and he runs TMZ. They asked me, they said, why did he feel the need to bring up gayness into this?
the rat and snitch conversation has been coming up because of the leaked conversation.
Still, I can't connect the dots.
And he decided that he would make this metaphor.
So Young Thug in about like 2015 or 2016 wore a dress. A lot of people actually. So now I'm breaking it down that he's not like, I gotta defend him because I gotta defend hip hop to a certain extent, no matter if I like you or not. And I don't dislike Thug, but the point was, Thug wasn't trying to be anti-gay. He was trying to speak from a street perspective, and he was talking about perspective of people from the streets, not necessarily that he was anti-gay. So I had to clear that up. Accused him of being homosexual at that time. He never cared to really defend it. I think people who knew him personally, they were like, no, he's not gay. This is just art. He was not. Actually, I believe the LGBTQ community appreciate, even though he wasn't homosexual, they appreciate the openness and really the fluidity of like some of the art he was. Chad, come on, man. Yeah, we fuck with y'all. We love y'all in the LGBTQ community. You feel me? Except Saucy Santana, we don't fuck with him. Just portraying. He had no problem with it. What happened now is that this idea of street stuff, and he's been accused of being a rat. It's now had him really get out of character, where a community that I think has been nothing but nice, and really a bunch of people in a lifestyle that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. He felt the need to kind of say, hey, listen, if you're this, you're just not a man. Because again, he's trying to capitulate. He's trying to pander to the people who believe in street morals or codes. And I guess the biggest is like, you know, if we're talking about commandments, the commandment one is thou shalt not snitch. And they're accusing him of that. So he's trying to use every other thing to say, no, I am that guy.
He's pulling a Trump.
Right. It's a smokescreen.
Thug is no longer getting online to try to argue with the quote unquote streets. He's trying to convince the internet of something that they've already had their mind of, made up about. 50% already made up their mind, and the other 50% wants to be really hypnotized or really entertained by the crash out. We want to see if, you know, he dropped a song. He has a particular statute in his plea agreement that says you cannot glorify gang violence, you can't talk about certain things, you can't threaten people in your future music, right? I personally believe he hasn't dropped music because those are the parameters that could violate a probation. You can't talk, you can't make gangster music. Okay. Cool. So, you know, they took that angle, but I don't think Thug is not homophobic.
You nigga. Well, God created you, but I help. Once you rat or once you turn gay, and I don't got nothing against gay people. It's gay people that work for me. But when I look at you a certain way, if I meet you and you gay, it's like, okay. If I meet you and you portraying that you a man and you not gay, I don't got nothing against gay people.
Yeah, no, I get what
you know what I'm saying? If you portraying a certain thing,
you deceiving.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't look at you the same.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at you for being gay. So what? Everybody, whoever gay, they gay. So what, nigga? I don't got no problem with gay people. Gay people work for me right now.
Yeah.
I'm damn near around gay people every day because they work for me. I don't got no problem with them. I don't hate that I even brung this shit. I don't want you to take it out, but I hate I even brung it up because I don't even want the LGBT.
They get what you're saying.
I don't even want that community.
The LGBT, the LGBTQ, HDMI. Yo, he don't know what to say.
They even think that I'm against them. I'm overly with y'all folks. When you got out of jail, you didn't help Slime at all. Savage sent money to Thug. Wham sent money to Thug. Pluto sent money to Thug. Cash sent money to Thug. Drake sent crazy bankroll to Thug. Gunna didn't send no bankroll to Thug. Gunna didn't pull up on Thug mama. Gunna didn't pull up on Thug family.
Where the music at, Slime? You just played me some hard ass shit now. Why that shit ain't that? The fuck is a nigga thinking about?
Cause I just don't got my twin, bro. I don't got my friends, bro. I'm just fucked up. I'm fucked up, bro. The nigga who I be with every day, I don't got him no more, bro. I'm fucked up, bro.
Damn.
I'm fucked up, bro. I don't know what to do, bro. Like, and I ain't lose no nigga to a tragic or now. I lost a nigga to betrayal, bro. You signing that one piece of paper, signing your initials on this one piece of paper could get me a life sentence, my nigga. How you, like, come on, bro. I get a life sentence, all this piece of paper you signed, bro. Just cause you trying to get home fast, or you just trying to get to a hole, or you just doing a certain thing, bro. And you already done betrayed a nigga before, bro.
Damn.
A piece of paper, nigga, you gonna let a piece of paper in all this shit? Nigga, we men, bro. We brothers, nigga. Ain't no nigga in the world making me go against Gunna. No nigga, bro.
Okay. Anyway.
What? Nigga, I created you, nigga.
Oh, man. So as I can't lie, busted out laughing when Thug said Rihanna. She more like Brianna. All right. Anyway, 6ix9ine ain't gonna let Thug get past that because Thug, ever since he told Aiden he was not gonna be on the stream after they had scheduled a stream. He said he wants to put all this behind him, and then later on he tweeted out to everyone involved in the situation. What did he say? I'm sorry this is happening. I hope you guys can forgive me, and I'm moving forward with my life. Thank you, God. And he said chapter ended, which some people believe that might be literally him admitting that he broke up with Mariah the Scientist, because there's a lot of things coming out about Mariah the Scientist. Now, or like him trying to have babies with other girls. Who cares about that? But like, obviously she would. Then he said chapter ended. Okay. Now 6ix9ine ain't gonna let that go. 6ix9ine first and foremost said this. He said, I said the same about, hope y'all can forgive me. That's what he's talking about. But rules are rules, man. Watch out. If one can't put ratting behind them, you can't either, right? Then he came back and he says, yeah, I'm about to put this chapter behind me too, I guess. Then he said, nobody's ignoring me. They just realize they can't defend their man telling the cops, don't tell the world I gave you my number. That ain't flirting. That's the PR trying to do damage control. And even if you don't believe Young Thug ratted, he's saying Gunna did. So either way, you can't pick and choose who to give a pass to. These rappers quiet because they have to, not because they want to, accepting that one or the other toll will leave the door open. So that's why everyone is quiet. Now, he then dropped a song. And the song he dropped is... Where's the song? The song is here. Let me know if y'all think it's hot or not.
Any nigga ever spoke on me, getting no suck. Anything coming to the light, man, the jig is up. Niggas been pussy, big cat, there's not talk. Saying what I did, test out, there's not out. I said what I did, and you saw how I stood. They say niggas wanna kill me, and I'm still living good. Rappers dying every day, and I'm still living good. If I really want to, I'll go back to my heart, like what happened. Put you with the thug, track, down and start yapping. Like punch money, all you niggas got stabbing. I've been talking about these rap niggas, they be capping. Different between me and niggas, I don't jump action. I'm really with the style, I'm sipping chalk, lift them up, lift wanna see the same time rap. You gonna wanna do this, gonna wanna do that. Niggas should've come with us, shut the fuck up, you a rap. You get what you did and you can't take it back. Phone comes up to the world, nigga, what the fuck is that? The itchy bitchy spider without the water spout. Down, keep your fans and you rat his names out. I give you my number, tell you what you want. Don't try the world, just please let me out. The itchy bitchy spider without the water spout. Down, keep your fans and you rat his names out. I give you my number, tell you what you want. Don't try the world, just please let me out. Get back, nigga.
Decent. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's kind of cool. One thing I realized about 6ix9ine music is like the energy around it makes the song goes. So if the energy or if the song is like, it matters who he's with. It matters if there's energy behind the song. I don't know if it's gonna take off. Sounds cool. Right? Now, we'll see. I don't want to force feed no music to y'all, but 6ix9ine is clearly, I think he's upset that everybody who's accused of ratting is getting a pass, and he's like, where's my pass at? Well, how I ain't getting no pass with all these niggas y'all got 20 excuses for? That's what it is, okay? He spoke about Bortlen as well, but we don't got to get into that. Some guy, I guess from Atlanta, popped out and he said this.
Now you a bitch, nigga. Stay out the family business, nigga. You can't even go back to your hood, nigga. I be in Brooklyn more than you, pussy. And I know shotty them for real, nigga. Can't even go back to your hood, nigga. Worry about Brooklyn business, my boy. Stay out this Atlanta shit, right? Keep sliding fucking dick out your mouth, nigga. Boy, nigga, do something to your pussy ass, nigga. And I got folks in Miami. Bleed it on my mama. Nah, you a bitch, nigga. Stay.
Okay. I don't think 6ix9ine. Oh, then 6ix9ine responded to Suki, who told him, 6ix9ine, could you stop talking about Thug and talk about the homegirl that just died? And 6ix9ine responded to her by saying, the girl was one of my best friends who I met being a girl in my music video. She was killed because her boyfriend owed money. What I got to do with your man telling, I know your pH balance off, you stank treesh. Now the girl they're talking about is a girl we actually covered weeks ago, where they claimed this was 6ix9ine's girl. I think her name was Ariella or something of the sort. Yeah, this girl right here.
Ties to rapper Tekashi 6ix9ine murdered. The 33-year-old, who had nearly 700,000 followers, was found shot dead inside her vehicle along a busy road just north of the Bronx early Sunday morning. Investigators believe she was targeted.
Now, people were falsely saying that this was 6ix9ine's woman, and that if she had met her demise, it was because somebody was trying to kill 6ix9ine. And I guess he's clearing it up, saying no. He met her for a music video. She's supposedly from New York. And I guess she got killed, maybe something to do with her actual boyfriend, not 6ix9ine. I don't know, whatever. So, but that's what they were talking about. Okay. Chat, what's the other topic I was trying to get to? Let me see. I think the Thug stuff is, oh, wasn't there a new Thug thing that leaked? It was him bigging up Drake. He was bigging up Drake for dissing Gunna on his album.
I'm trying to drop this motherfucker the same day, but it dropped. Drake goddamn, he go straight Drake goes straight at his ass though. And it's on Drake. Drake did an intro for the album. His intro just like business is business, some shit like that. But I went right at his ass, like worst way, the worst way. I'm like, God damn, I don't come popping it like that on him. Popped it. Intro first song, now he tripped. He tripped on the intro, pop it on his ass. Get it on the worst way too, like First 8 ball, man, first 8 ball talking nasty to this boy. Like, fuck, nigga, you tripping. Off top. Like, how we didn't see this? I don't talk shit like that. Like, how we ain't see it?
No, so he don't like you been there.
Yeah, like, but how we didn't see this shit? He popping this whole nasty on this boy, man, on the intro.
He says, I'm about to mop up some boys. Pause. It's custodian time. Me and my thoughts, it's the loneliest time. Don't tell me about loyalty, show me this time. Don't tell me about loyalty, show me this time. Business is business, you owe me this time. Slime on your head, Nickelodeon time. Okay, that's a good play on words. That's a good play on words.
A big slow ass beat too, you just gonna hear every bar. He just popping it the worst way.
Yeah,
I come right on that motherfucker with him, you a rat.
That when a nigga get everything out.
Most definitely.
On the mellow beat.
Most definitely. He popped it bad. I'm trying to drop this motherfucker the same day, but it dropped. Drake goddamn, he go straight Drake go straight at his ass though.
Okay. And then the last leak this is the leak that supposedly broke them up. Do I have it? Yeah, supposedly this is the leak that broke up Mariah the Scientist and Thug.
What's Sam?
Hello.
Sam, what you doing?
That's it laid down. My heartbeat.
You at home?
Yeah, I'm at home.
What's up with you, baby? I miss your pen.
I don't know. I wasn't expecting your call. So my heart is beating fast right now.
Yeah.
This sounds like a groupie.
Yeah.
I'm happy that I make you feel like that for sure.
Crazy.
I wonder what the fuck your heart gonna do when I see you.
Now, some people are speculating that this is one of his baby mamas and not like some random groupie. And this woman's supposedly name is Cleo. And apparently there's a fight video between Cleo and Mariah. So when Thug was locked up, Mariah fought this girl. I don't know, bro. So I guess like she probably overly mad that Thug was caught talking to this girl on the phone while she was fighting this chick in the street. I don't know.
Oh my God, I don't know. Know what I would do. Oh my gosh. You said what?
I wonder what your shit gonna do when I see you.
I have no idea. Oh my gosh. It's ridiculous.
Why do you think it's ridiculous? I like it.
I mean, it's good, but like, it still happens. Like, what? For like 2 years.
Yeah, it's definitely been 2 years.
Oh, maybe it is a baby mama because she's saying it's been 2 years. Unless she's talking about his prison bid.
Crazy.
Yes. When you plan on having kids? Like what age?
Oh, this can be his baby mama then. If she's saying, when do you plan on having kids? Because she would already had a kid by him, right?
Can you get out?
Tell you.
When you come home, I have kids.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Monday. Love you more.
Yeah, today Monday. What's Sam?
Hello.
Sam, what you doing?
All right, I don't know. Suppose this is a random chick. QCP commented on it and said, I would speak facts of your interview, but I'm going to wait till QC documentary and get $20 to $30 million from my point of view. That's the difference between me and you, business mindset. I've seen some people saying that he wouldn't get $20 to $30 million for this documentary. I actually disagree. I definitely could see if a deal for a QC interview or a documentary, I could see that would be worth $20 million. You got to imagine it's to license all the music. It's to have all these exclusive stories. The whole Migos come up. The Yachty stuff. It could have multiple episodes. It could have the little baby stuff. It could have the drama with it. Now, I could see it. You know? Takeoff Pass. It could show how they dealt with that. I don't know if they've been filming all that type of stuff, but never underestimate how much somebody could get from a actual documentary. So I actually think, they could get some good money for that, So we'll see. I do want to go back to this. Let me see this. What's this? Okay. It is going on. But yeah, no, I do think Pika gets some money for that. I do think so. Rollo did respond. I guess, did we cover Rollo's response? I guess not. Here you go.
100% impossible for two defendants with the same exact lawyer to testify against each other. I had Brian Steele, Thug had Brian Steele. I had Drew Finley, Lucha had Drew Finley. So tell me how the fuck could I testify against two niggas with the same exact lawyer? This is 100% a conflict of interest. You ain't got to take this shit from me. You can go Google this shit your damn self. So this is the lie that you've been calling the streets telling Wham and Dumb, and they believe you without seeing any paperwork. And paperwork is law in the streets. So you telling me I went and told the feds in June of 2018 about some state shit that was finna happen in 2024? Make some shit out of this shit, people. Tell me how. You went in that interview lying and crying. I ain't did nothing to none of you niggas. Either you ain't or you been misled, nigga. It is 100% impossible for two
All right. Anyway, hopefully we've put this behind us for a while. All right? Hopefully. No, we've played all this already. I think we are good. Yo, Cardi B's hard at work promoting her project. Shout out to Cardi B, man. I'm still waiting for some, I'm really waiting for that big song from her. She's dropped a few songs, but I think they're okay. I'm still waiting for that big song from her. However, she's been doing a lot of skits and everything to promote her music, so salute to her. Obviously this is a big sophomore album. We're gonna see where it does. And this is her new skit promoting her album.
Hear ye. Due to the Imaginary Players music videos, Atlantic Records have done some deduction to my album's budget. So the new check has arrived and been received.
Now, I like how she's playing into this because a lot of people feel like any success she's had, Atlantic paid for. There's a whole thing where they're like, Atlantic pays the blogs, pays this, and they act like people don't like Cardi and it's just Atlantic paying for her. So she's leaning into it and she's like, oh, well, I guess my last song didn't do the best, so Atlantic cut my budget.
And the new budget is...
There we go.
$50. So due to the fact that the budget is $50 for my album, I have to go on the road and sell these CDs and vinyls myself. So I'm here to tell you that I might be going to your city next week, starting Friday. So let's see which are the luckiest, most famous, most wonderful, most grateful cities that have been chosen. Are you guys ready? So these are the dates and these are the cities that are chosen for me to come and do the meet and greet. In these locations, you're going to be able...
Now, I got to give her credit. She's going back old school with this. An artist that's now doing pop-ups like his book signings and meet and greets, and she wants to sell stuff. And it tells me that obviously Atlantic cares about her selling well, but it tells me that she cares. And I'm not going to ever criticize an artist that's showing they care. I hate when artists show me they don't care. So she's down to do pop-ups and meet and greets like artists used to go on promo runs and do promo even tours for their album. Look like Cardi's down to do it.
You want to buy a CD and a vinyl, whatever you want, I don't care. Just buy it. The first city is Friday, September 19th, Long Island, New York. Saturday, September 20th, Eastern Pennsylvania. Yes, Pennsylvania. We're going up to there. Sunday, September 21st, New York, we double back in the city. Like, we know New York love each other. You just gotta see me 2 times. Monday, September 22nd, Atlanta, Georgia.
When does her album come out? When does Cardi B album drop? What's the date on this? Oh, it drops the 19th. Oh, so she's working it that week. Crazy.
Yes. Anyways, Tuesday, September 23rd, Houston, Texas. Get your fucking boots on. Yeah, that's right. And Thursday, September 25th, Long Beach, California. Yes, it's gonna be the best meet and greet ever. Make sure you gotta purchase a CD or a vinyl. Make sure you meet me there. And on top of that, what is on top of that?
Now, I gotta imagine Cardi must have a crazy bundle game. I'm not even gonna cap with you. Because if they're selling actual CDs, that's like some old school shit right now. Let me see. Oh, wow. Let's go to her shop. Wow. They got the whole thing there. And they haven't even been leaked? Oh, wow. I'm glad she's selling product. Now, by the way, she's not doing anything that anyone else isn't doing. All these artists, all these artists kind of do the same thing. So she's selling product. They're selling product. I can't be mad at it. But she's selling signed albums. How much is this? $40. You get a t-shirt and the album. This, you get the vinyl. Okay. And this, you get the CD with the alternate cover. Then you get the imaginary player stuff. What does this have? It's limited, whatever. Oh. Is it the album or is this a single? Oh, I guess it's the album. All right, so she doing her little bundles. Again, I care about the music. I think her last album was phenomenal. I liked that there was a complete album from I believe it was 15 tracks or something like that. All of them were hitting to some extent. If she could do that again, I think she'll win. I think her audience will buy these things. I still have Cardi B doing between 150 and 220. And I know that's a huge range, but between 150 and 220. I'll be very honest. If Cardi B does below 150, I'm going to say it's disappointing. And if she does really anything over 200, I'm going to say it's a huge success. I think she should really, if I had to pick the number, 165, I think that's her number. So if she does over 200, big W. If she does under 150, I think it's disappointing. So I got my predictions on deck. Again, she still doesn't have a single for me. Right? She doesn't have a single for me. The outside shit is cool. But I still think she needs a little hood bitch single. And we don't got it yet. All right. They cut the stream? Don't tell me they cut the stream now. Oh, they cut that motherfucking stream, huh? Oh, never mind. It's still here. All right. In other news, Donald Trump is sick of the BS. He is planning to send the National Guard to Chirac. Now, let me see if we could Trump, Chicago, National Guard. Okay. Let's get into that. Here we go.
This morning, the Trump administration is expanding its show of federal force in a major city.
We're bringing back law and order to our country.
Launching what it calls Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, with hundreds of Homeland Security officials, drawing both protests.
We're afraid. Our neighbors are afraid.
And support.
We're burning through funds that our taxpayers would like to see go towards the resources we need, such as more police.
It's part of a recent push by the president escalating the government's presence in major Democratic-run cities, including Los Angeles. And in a new legal victory, a conservative Supreme Court majority loosened restrictions on ICE operations there, allowing what's known as roving patrols to continue, at least for now. In her dissent, liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor writing, "We should not have to live in a country."
Okay, so it kind of started with like immigration stuff, and then Trump.
President Trump indicating that he will make a decision soon about tackling crime in Chicago as he touts the progress federal troops have made in D.C.
Fox correspondent Madeline Rivera joins us live in Washington with all the details. Hi, Maddie.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. The president has been threatening to take action in Chicago for weeks now, even as he downplays a post he made over the weekend about the Windy City. That post said in part, Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War, referring to the name change for the Defense Department. President Trump says, though...
Yo, is it really called the Department of War? I thought that was a troll. Also, the Department of Defense is a secondary name. So it's a secondary name for the Department of Defense is the Department of War. Apparently it was an old name that so they're restoring it. Oh, wow. Okay. Trump on his shit.
What he meant was he wants to clean up the city, calling that common sense, not war.
We could solve Chicago very quickly, but we're going to make a decision as to where we go over the next day or two. When you look at what happened to D.C. in a short period of time, honestly, it's amazing. Over a period of 12 days, in other words, on the 12th day, we had the crime just about solved. And right now, people are walking down, they're going out right now to restaurants all over D.C.
Protesters took to the streets of Chicago over the weekend, rallying against federal intervention. It comes at...
Why do people on O Block don't be in these protests? Like, I never see none of these motherfuckers in O Block.
As the community braces for more immigration enforcement, Border Czar Tom Homan says they're specifically eyeing sanctuary cities.
Oh, so this is really more about ICE. Anyway, after people heard rumors of, Trump maybe trying to do a crackdown on crime in Chicago, the YNs elected a spokesperson to speak out and warn Trump that it was a bad idea. This was their warning. Check this out.
Trump, do not send the National Guard to Chicago, gang. Do not, I repeat, do not do it. We are a different fucking breed out here, nigga. We are not Los Angeles. Nigga, we are not Washington, D.C. Nigga, this is Chicago, nigga. Them niggas go fight back. I'm telling you, them niggas go fight back, gang. Whatever, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Them young niggas got switches, gang. They not going for that shit, bro. I know a bunch of y'all finna say, oh, it's the National Guard. They can't do anything about it. They must go in Chicago. Nigga, do y'all know that it's more bad people than good people, bro? There are over 100,000 gangs in Chicago by the city by itself, gang. Trump, do not send the National Guard to Chicago, gang. Do not, I repeat, do not do it.
Now, here's the thing. So essentially, this guy is saying that, the YNs are just not going to be tolerating Trump doing this. Now, I mean, I know some of y'all be like, nigga, let's get serious. But I do remember my thoughts of Chicago still is this. I don't think the National Guard want no parts of this. You feel me? A YN with a fully operational air to land to air missile. I don't know. This is at their local convenience store. Copped a nice little missile launcher. They recovered like a couple of these. YN in the cut. This is what niggas got. Like, listen, I've never seen. Look, they put out a crime alert. If you see him with a rocket launcher, just leave. I don't remember if niggas remember P. Rico cooking eggs with the AK-47. Y'all don't remember this? I don't know if the government is training niggas how to make scrambled eggs with a AK-47? Making an omelet with a goddamn Draco? I don't know if the government is doing that. I don't know if our armed troops, I love them. But I don't know if they doing shit like this. So I'm in the mindset of saying, I think them YNs might have a point. I don't know if anybody in the National Guard got more hats than this guy right here. Or Vaughn is 1700.
He said he was trying to put some money on your glasses. Like he said, he had $10,000 for
That's a nasty
if someone
thing.
could confiscate your glasses.
That guy no longer with us no more.
Really?
God.
Don't even think about texting us. That's gonna be the worst mistake you ever made in your life.
I know you look like that. Fuck a helmet when you got a shiesty, man.
We is killing the ops, for I don't give no fuck. We is killing their ass, bro.
Bounced down and find them up. You ain't trying to kill, so why you up in this car? You basically slime for nothing. Trying to go hang with the ops.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This might be close, y'all. This might be close, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I remember this.
Okay, let me tell me how. What they gonna say? Just because I said I'm gonna murder a motherfucker, I'll murder. Do this every day. How?
Okay, so by you saying that, you're basically telling me that no, of course, Adam, I wouldn't actually do any of this shit, so therefore I can rap about it.
We are going to murder their ass.
Okay.
Now tell me how. What they gonna say? Just because I said I'm gonna murder a motherfucker, I murdered them?
Right.
See, if I was a lawyer, everybody would be home.
I felt cartel.
And I got put back in that.
This thing is hilarious, man. Vaughn is 1700. This nigga is...
Look, for we is killing the ops, so I don't give no fuck. We is killing their ass, so tell them we is killing them. So that's what we doing to the ops. So when they die, look at us. Yeah.
When they die, look at us. It's crazy. Yo, why did we shooting up the gas station like this?
Look, for
yo, this beat is hard though. What beat is this? Nah, this beat is hard. I gotta stay on this tab. I need to find that beat. I ain't gonna lie, man. Chirac might have a case, man. He might have a case. He might have a case. Hold on, let me see what's going on.
Oh shit, my phone.
Oh my god, this thing's fucking it up for me. Oh. Oh, Vet Motors. Cocaine. Y'all know this bitch. Said, I be with the mask, man. Bad like a friend. Twin. 4 hoes at the jury and I got them in rotation. I like, oh baby. You know my stylist, nigga. Nah, niggas ain't turned enough for this. I ain't gonna lie. Nah, y'all don't deserve YB. Nah, y'all gotta get a little bit more lit. Nah. Oh, that's it. Huh. New machine. Count it up, nigga. Oh, I know her. I know her. She dates one. She literally lived the next town over from me, but she dates Offset's homie. I knew she looked familiar. My bad. She not her. It's John Moran's favorite song. Damn, he performed the whole song. That's fine. I gotta get an explanation why I don't perform house arrest things though. That nigga Offset performed and went back out in the crowd to fuck with him. Yo, these niggas look so confused. These niggas look so confused, right? girl. Like, it's Offset, like, cameraman or assistant's girl. I don't know why she right next to Kai. Like, you know what I mean? She probably don't know she in the camera. I'm hoping. But you never know. Like, you know how these chicks are. They might be like, yo, shit. She know niggas gonna find the at name. You feel me? Y'all want the at? I'll give y'all the at. Nah, hell no. This shit's supposed to be ending soon. It's 11 o'clock right now. Yo, shout out to Offset, man. He fuck with everybody that people don't fuck with. He fuck with Gunna. Everybody claim they don't fuck with Gunna. He fuck with YB. Everybody claim they don't fuck with YB.
need y'all to turn one time. I need every cell phone light on in the motherfucking building. I need to see every cell phone light on in the motherfucking building right now. If you fucking with YB, what we doing?
Okay, this is the last song. No, is it the last song? No, it ain't.
Yeah, this is cam audio. Hold on, it's muted. Or this is muted. They can hear you right now.
Yo, listen, chat. That was the last song, boy. Chat, that was the last song.
No, it's not.
Chat, that was the last song.
They just started I Hate YoungBoy. Chat, he don't perform I Hate YoungBoy. He walks off stage and the crowd just, they turn on all the lights.
Take this one instead. For some reason that one's muted.
How do you know which one is actually working?
It's working, I just don't have time.
Chat, can y'all hear me?
Hold on, I haven't plugged in the audio cable yet.
Chat, it was LA. Chat, we gotta beat LA traffic. That was the last song. We plug it in the mic ski. We plug it in the mic ski.
Alright, let me see if I can find a topic or two more. How long we been on for? 4 hours? Light. How is it 2 o'clock? That stream that late today? Okay. I'm jacking for topics right now, man. So spam up a topic. We could do that topic too. Y'all want to do the Dame Dash Cameron topic? Okay, I guess we should, right? We got some time. All right, chat. If y'all didn't know, in not YN News, but ON News, Cameron and Dame Dash aren't seen eye to eye. By the way, Dame Dash recently filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I believe it's Chapter 11. Because he apparently says he owes about $25 million to the government and everybody else, and he wants to get bailed out of debt. Now, it's been kind of going back and forth, but, you know, Dame Dash, who has been critical of 50 Cent, he got a rude awakening, and, you know, 50's super petty, even though Dame Dash tried to, if you ask me, on many occasions to try to make it cool with 50 by saying, hey, how about you talk about, let's go TV show for TV show. And he wanted some cross-promotional thing. But clearly 50's not in the mood of that, okay? Actually, 50 he announced that he bought the rights to Paid in Full. Now, if you don't know what Paid in Full was, it was a historic and classic movie that was actually produced by, and you see it says Damon Dash and Rockefeller. Now, Damon Dash was a part of Rockefeller, but I believe he was like the executive producer of the actual film, and apparently like a lot of his input shaped how this film came out. It's a classic film. Cameron's also a star. So now 50, in a power move, says he's bought the rights. He says, I have now the rights to Paid in Full. I'm going to develop it into a premium TV show. If you like Godfather of Harlem, you're going to love this. Cameron, which is the guy who acted in it, and obviously Cam, is set to executive produce it alongside me. And if you want to get at him, I'm out of the country. So it's almost like they kicked Damon Dash out the whip, bought the rights to it, and Damon Dash actually responded to it. He responded in a very short video that he put up, and he said this.
Cam just made a post, major announcement. I want to congratulate him for making 50 his new boss. So congratulations, Cam. 50 is now your new boss, and you're proud of it. Congratulations, my nigga.
Okay. Now, I'm a little confused on the backstory. I know it seems like there's certain individuals that fall out with everybody, and it feels like Dame Dash kind of fits in that bill where like he's one of them niggas that just falls out with everybody. So let's try to figure out why him and Cam got beef. Cameron, Dame Dash. How did they start beef? Let me see. Okay, we need something short and sweet. Short and sweet. Let's see. Let's go. I don't know, from today? You can find something today. Okay, let's see if we could.
I'm really sitting here shaking my head. You know, I'm sitting here healing. I got my tooth surgery.
About time.
My eyes getting better.
Okay.
I got the file, get all that debt off my back paws.
Okay.
And I get a call from my son Boogie, like, guess what? Cam just called me, sent me some money so I could go on an interview. Cam, this is a whole new level of low. You know, it's just not proper conduct to bring children or my children or anyone's children in. And I know Larry made the call, but to try to divide a family and take advantage, manipulate my child, all because you're too scared to have a direct conversation with me about the things you said about me, it's just not the way it's just not the level. It kind of shows your pedigree of pettiness. And right now, I think your pedigree for messing with over there.
Yo, what has happened to Dame Dash ever since this whole Rockefeller breakup? Every time I see him, he's still talking about Jay-Z. Obviously, people ask him about it, but man, I wish he had like a new poppin' venture. Like when I see Cam doing good in podcasting, Gilly doing good in podcasting, Nori doing good in podcasting. Oh, I guess many of them do podcasting. Joe, podcasting. I see rappers or people who are in the music industry at a certain time, them figuring out new hustles. 50 in film. Now, Dame Dash probably has new hustles. I just don't see none of them like flourishing and popping. And maybe I'm just looking on a mainstream level, but man, I want Dame to get a win, man, because I don't know. I like Dame talking his shit. I don't like when Dame is sitting here talking about his tooth. He finally got a new tooth and his eye finally healed. I like Dame popping his shit. And Dame can't really pop his shit when there's nothing that's highly successful around him. So, man, I don't like this Dame, man. And obviously, this is probably temporary, but it's still like, I would love for him to have like a successful venture at this point that he could talk mad shit.
This, trying to my family, I'm just disgusted.
Why is the beef between him and Cam that deep? Why is Cam trying to hit up his son?
And I'm not proud. And I think you should be ashamed of yourself. You, Larry, you have children. You have a family. And you are going to use my kids or whatever trauma that you think they have or separation and dividedness. I don't know why you would think that. To make whatever point, this is how you treat people you grew up with that helped you. This is how petty. I wouldn't suggest you did this with any enemy, any op. You know, in gangster shit, it's like you keep the kids and the family out of it. But again, this is too, you're too sensitive, Cam. This is not the way I would expect you to conduct your business. Try a little better, get a little
Okay. I'm not too sure what the full thing with them is. I just want to figure out why they're beefing like this. Let me see if I can find out what Cam says his beef is. Okay, Cam is explaining.
Don't let 50 Cent smack him on the ass. What kind of grown man?
What was going on in your mind at that time?
Okay, here we go.
Fifth Street, it was you.
Yeah, I don't want to, but nah, you know how you talk, nigga, not like that, but
yo, Cam still look like this is like 2000.
And the only reason now listen, I'll be honest with you, and listen, murder say Cam get the fuck out of here. But I'm be honest with you, I don't know if Murder knew or not Dame could box. And I'm not sitting here going to say Dame could beat Murder around to anybody, but it's like you go outside and you just arguing with Jamal Crawford. Pardon me, not Terrence Crawford, and you just arguing with Terrence Crawford. I'm not comparing Dame to Terrence Crawford, but I'm just saying you just arguing with a nigga and you don't know that this nigga is Terrence Crawford. That's what I'm saying. So
who you got on the fight? Since you mentioned terrorists, I'm gonna get to what. Murder wasn't scared.
Okay, I'm trying to figure.
According to you,
okay, I can't figure out why they have beef. What's the beef with them? Oh.
According to Sin, I'm in wrong for everything in life that he's ever heard. Everything.
Because you're stubborn. You're stubborn, that's why. You know why? Yeah, you're stubborn.
You know what this nigga told me, PT? You know what this nigga said? He said, you don't like to lose. I said, who likes to lose? I don't even get that.
No, but it's ridiculous.
I don't get it.
It's ridiculous.
I don't get that. Like, nah, I don't mind losing. Like, yo, if you lose, it's okay to lose, but you sitting there saying, you don't like to lose. I was like, who likes to lose? But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
He said he paid for like Honor Up and using the movie Honor Up, and you did a album with A-Track. I think that's his name. He said he paid for that or whatever, but you said you never promoted it. Why? If those is what you doing with him, I guess a joint venture or whatever the case may be, why you didn't promote it?
Let's do it. Fuck it. Every week, this nigga saying some shit about me. Dame, I love you, bro. I love you, man. All right, listen. This started with Dame Dash mad at me or whatever, and I love Dame. I don't have a problem. Dame calls me one day and be like, yo, me and 50 going back and forth. I see y'all. I see you seen him. How you gonna let him pap you on the pockets like that? He papped you on the pockets. I said, Dave, you crazy, man. He said, yo, me and him going back and forth. You mind if I mention that? I said, nah, go ahead. Instead of him saying what he told me on the phone, he said, yeah, and Kim let 50 Cent smack him on the ass. What kind of grown man let another nigga smack him on the ass? According to Sin, I'm...
Is that petty? Are you kidding me?
Let 50 Cent smack him on the ass. What kind of grown man let another nigga smack him on the ass? I don't like that, Cam. Oh, that's smacking on the ass. Word? That's what so now niggas is just randomly smacking me on the ass. He said, what do you do when a big strong nigga just comes and smacks you on the ass? Okay. So, you know me, Sin. If I didn't do nothing to you, I got an invisible mute button. I'm going to tune you out for a while because that was unnecessary. There was no reason to do that. Next thing, he's on another podcast talking about somebody asks him, you feel like your artist should take better care of you because...
All right, chat, bro. Listen, I'm not even trying to leave y'all tonight, so I'm jacking for topics. So if you see me jumping all over the place, just spam some shit, bro. I'm all over the place. Yo, I love Killer and I love Day, man. Man, y'all niggas deal with y'all beef, man. Like, I love y'all, bro. I don't even want to get into that. Yo, why hear that Bozo Pete Rosenberg.
Hey, good morning.
Is accusing what do you call it again? He accusing Funk Flex and snitching. Now, chat, let me tell you this, man. Yo, I just want to say this. And Joe, you could clip this. Yo, when people, there's a lot of people who like me, a lot of people who hate me. There's a couple YouTubers, they just want to be me, but they just be hating. It's all good. Let me tell you this. I always say, like, I hope people find me hella entertaining. Some of the things I've done was because I think I was smart, but a lot of the stuff was good timing, a divine intervention when it comes to doing the right things, being at the right place at the right time. That's how it is. Like there's mad YouTubers, they wish they would have nigga who did Warren Chirac for whatever reason. Like, you know what I mean? Or they wish they was, hey, it is what it is. It's written in stone. Some of the stuff I'm happy about, some of the stuff, it just happened how it is. Why do I say that? Because there was a time that I used to look at radio, man, and I really wanted to be on radio. Man, I really wanted to do that shit, bro. I wanted to be there. I thought of radio as an institution, and I was down to I was like, how could I become better? I was like practicing, training. I used to stutter. I mean, I still stutter, but I used to be horrible in front of a microphone. Horrible. And I said, I just remember that 10,000 hours, and I said, let me get my 10,000 over. Fuck 10,000. I want 100,000. I was not that good at public speaking. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because the way how the cards played, and you know, they always say that what luck is it luck? It's like when opportunity meets preparedness or something like that. I forgot the exact like formula people say, but it has a realistic approach or a realistic, like, you know, convergence here, because I remember when I had to accept that I would never make it to radio, and I say, you know what, this internet shit, I'm gonna be the king of this bitch. I want to be the king of this motherfucking bitch. I realized these old niggas was never gonna leave. Like, there's no hope. Like, if you're trying to be a radio personality, these niggas is not leaving. Like, nobody, this is not this is not football or basketball where niggas get their run and be like, all right, I'm gonna hang it out. You gotta get somebody out their spot, literally. So when you get to like certain places where, like, especially radio is like a big thing, like New York City, they have radio beefs. Like, this is a whole thing. They're fighting for the audience of like 12 million listening ears. Actually, much more than that. That's just in New York City. That's 12 million people. Beyond that, there's probably like 20, 30 million people that they could affect. It's a lot of money at play. These niggas ain't, they're never going to be, you think, Rosenberg is washed. You think he's going to be like, hey, let me go find the next Rosenberg who's young. No. They will sit there until they're fossils. Now, internet has obviously flipped everything, and I'm glad the Lord allowed me to be confident in what I was doing, because at that time I didn't see that was a wave. I'm glad that I've gotten to the position I'm at, and I hope if it ever changes, I hope I could be in the forefront of whatever changed. So I'm not like, oh, it never changed, right? But I'll say this. Watching radio and watching these guys that come from radio completely this year and the year before self-destruct. They're all panicking. Has been a joy. I'll tell you what's going on. Up at Hot 97, all of them radio personalities, they're getting hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more. They're all getting that treatment. Now, there's a couple of things happening. And I pay attention to everything. I don't speak on everything, because I'm interested in some real quirky things. And when I'm building my little pool house outside and I'm nailing shit up and screwing shit in, I'm listening to everything. I make sure you got to take in information all the time. Let me tell you what's happening in radio land. It's a lot of payola shit been going on, right? A lot of payola shit. Radio is right off payola. Remember I told y'all that. How do you think these niggas make money? Because of salary? No. They take money. They play some records. They take money to do this, take money to do that. Here's the problem, because I think everybody should get compensated for what they do. When it comes to radio, there is federal laws that actually bar certain type of transactions or certain type of promotion. Not only is radio declining, the feds have been looking into radio. They're accusing radio stations and other places of being pay to play. Now they're doing it on a nationwide scale. It's gotten everybody spooked. So radio was already dying. Now everybody's spooked. So what happened up at Hot 97, they got some new ownership. They fired a bunch of people. They kept only the people they felt were the cream of the crop. They kept Funk Flex, moved into a different time slot. They fired a couple people. For whatever reason, this dweeb is still there, but I'm pretty sure he either took a pay cut or they're waiting to kick his ass out the door to him. Okay? They're trying to trim the fat. Which, by the way, DJ Nuff, I don't know you. I don't think you're fat. Well, not personally, but I don't think you're the fat they're trimming. But for whatever reason, they did let you go. Okay? So none of this is like me sneak dissing. I've looked up to all y'all at some point, except Rosendweeb. He's a fucking idiot. So I've been watching what's going on. There's a lot of infighting. DJ Nuff got fired. He blamed Flex. He said Flex snaked him. These people are saying that's not the reason, whatever. So apparently on this new episode of YNW, which, by the way, is the OG podcast of the game. These guys are just lazy, just don't promote it. We got some more insight. I know I just talked a lot, but just listen to this.
Now, having something to do with it is, did the boss say?
By the way, why am I forgetting his name? This is Cypher Sounds. Cypher Sounds left Hot 97. He's still there. Enough, who's been there forever, got fired, I guess. And also, there's another guy, Camilo, I think got fired. Here's the tea. These niggas gonna snitch.
I mean, did Flex go to the boss and said, I need enough fired, or I'm out of here? Or was it like, oh, we're a VC company, not a radio company. We're a VC company, and we got to cut costs so that we can build this company up and eventually sell it. Where should we cut costs? Well, who's getting paid the most?
Okay. So remember, Hot 97 was owned by MS Communication. MS Communication sold to another company that is strictly about bottom line. They don't care about what the culture wants, this and third. They're not trying to invest too much. They want to flip it for a profit, hopefully gain or grow it a bit, and then probably sell. It's all about money for them. So now hip-hop, a culture that sometimes goes through ebbs and flows, where sometimes you're unprofitable or you're going to lose. They don't want to do that. They strictly want to make money. So they fired a bunch of people, and what Cypher Sounds is saying is, yo, did they fire these guys because they're just trying to save money? These guys probably have tremendous salaries, either 6 figures or 7 figures, and getting them off the books saves some money. Here's this dweeb over here. Let's see if he's going to give us the tea, because he knows he's on the chopping block next.
Who has the full-time shifts? Maybe we should move some stuff
How much?
around.
Yeah, what?
But that's tiny droplets over the last year.
Well, yeah, but also there was that whole controversy of a bullshit Camilo enough payola scandal that came out of nowhere.
And
it said I didn't receive a call like this. It said Flex was reaching out to people and propagating that and pushing that conversation forward. That has been said. I didn't witness it.
Right.
But that's been said. So that would also be part of the same thing of he was pushing an angle.
Okay. Now, Rosen Dweeb here, he just don't know how to snitch right, okay? Yo, you gotta learn from Gunatello, 6ix9ine, and Mr. Spider. Essentially what Rosen Dweeb just basically, I didn't even know this, he's saying that Funk Flex, the guy who works at Hot 97, has been alerting people that his coworkers is not doing something unethical. It's not just that. It's breaking a federal law. If you are spreading news that your coworker is taking payola, you're saying that they're breaking a federal law, which obviously if the company finds out, they're going to get fired. So now he's saying Funk Flex may have put in the ecosphere that his coworkers was taking money to play records or whatever. Now, here's the funny thing. I'm glad I ain't on radio because I could talk about it. Now, I don't know directly who, but I've heard about it because I know some people who promote some music. They tell me, you want a Hot 97 DJ to spin your record a couple of times? I forgot how many times. Yo, this nigga right here is a mix show DJ. You give him a band, he gonna run it for the week. That's a fact. That's what happens. You give this nigga again, there's names associated, but I think I forgot all the names. I don't want to do the Sergio Gunatello Kitchens. But I'm gonna be honest with you, this was a not so well guarded secret. Mixed DJs and most DJs at these stations, they do pay for play. Now, I know some people are going to think this is because of some connection to Drake shit. Maybe Drake shit got something to do with it, but no. These niggas been doing payola for years, and I'm not speaking directly just at Hot 97. I'm talking about radio in general. Radio in general is full of payola, bro, especially with hip-hop, bro. That's the reality of it. Money make the world go around. That's what it is. Again, I got no problem. I think these niggas should get their money. I think they should get more. The problem is, y'all can't do it on the federal airwaves. Go make your personal Instagram page or go make your personal TikTok and go get it there. Don't do it while you're using FCC governed airwaves. That's the problem. The airwaves that you guys access millions of people is leased to y'all by the federal government. So you can't do it there. So now it looks like what's happening is like a house of cards. Everything's about to come crashing down. And you hear Rose and Dweeb here. And also it appeared that even not Camilla, but Enough was kind of blaming Flex. Like, it seemed like they were blaming Flex to say Flex is the reason they lost their job. I don't know if y'all seen this interview. The day he lost his job, he did an interview. Check this out. This is kind of interesting. And by the way, Ebro likes talking all this shit about Drake and everybody else. You over there is a global head of Apple. We ain't talking about that yet. That's for another day. You used to be the program director at Hot 97. You need to speak up on how many niggas was taking payola up at Hot 97 under your watch. We need to know, nigga. We need to know. Let's see if we can figure this out. Where's the TMZ clip?
Rumor that Flex had a tantrum, possibly, and, that he could be the reason why you're out. Can you speak to that?
Maybe. I think so. Maybe. I can't prove it.
Okay.
But in my heart, that's what I feel happened.
Have you had a conversation with him? Have you seen him?
No.
Has he texted you saying anything?
No.
No communication at all?
No.
Do you feel slighted a little bit? I know you probably might. Yeah.
Because I don't deserve that from him.
Yeah.
Especially, him being the creator of this radio station. He gave a lot of us, the opportunity to do what we got to do, especially in hip-hop and New York.
Yeah.
So it wasn't supposed to come from him. Anybody else, maybe, but not from him.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be my peer, my boy. We built this building and this legacy together.
Were you guys cool?
Yeah, of course we were cool.
So there's no rift.
It wasn't supposed to be no rift.
Right.
So it looks like these radio stations that are under fire, things are moving around quickly. No, yeah, it looked like they can't get that little 1,200, 1,500 to play the record no more. That was always a thing. You go do the club and a nigga come dap you up. Yo, my artist right here, he got a fire record in the town. Take this bread. When you on the station, play my record. Now, I think you should be able to do what you want. Like, don't think this is an academic's opinion. Do what you want. Just do it on the shit you own. Don't do it on the federal airwaves. So it looks like Hot 97 is cracking down. I'm wondering what's going to happen at Power 105. I'm wondering what's going to happen over there in LA. Because let me tell you this, all these radio stations do payola. It's not just Hot 97. All of them. Okay? I'm not here to call no particular name of who I heard is doing it. Because I am not a snitch. I am not like, I'm realer than Sergio Wanatelli. I would never tell on these niggas. I would never tell y'all to take my number and call me anytime and I'll keep promise. I would never do that. So I won't tell y'all who I've heard. But I just want to tell y'all, generally, all these radio stations, they're taking payola. Now here's the problem. Because I know some of y'all might be like, well, there's platforms online that promote music. Why target the radio stations? Well, if I post an artist 15 times, they don't factor in academics posts into the Billboard Hot 100 charts that affect real commerce, real currency, and influence the masses spending budgets and everything. They factor in radio plays. It's one of the reasons. Also, I keep saying the frequencies used, Hot 97, the hertz that they broadcast at, or the range they broadcast between, is leased by the federal government. They own all. There's even private companies that have a station, they're leasing it from the federal government. The federal government own all of them. Point blank period. So, anyway, y'all been watching this. So now it's interesting, man. Shout out to Rosendale.
It's said.
Look like he snitched on Flex. He said, he's out in Flex as possibly snitching on them
over the last year.
Well, yeah, but also there was that whole controversy of a bullshit Camilo enough payola scandal that came out of nowhere. And it said I didn't receive a call like this. It said Flex was reaching out to people and propagating that and pushing that conversation forward. That has been said. I didn't witness it.
Right.
But that's been said. So that would also be part of the same thing of he was pushing an angle.
You know how they said, there's this famous call that they say, I forget who it was, but they say there was a call saying a wire or something, President Kennedy has been shot, and he hadn't been shot yet.
Yes.
That's part of the conspiracy of the Kennedy killing. President Kennedy has been shot in Dallas. Oh, wait. Well, hold on. I'll call you back in 10 minutes.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. This is in advance.
Now, I look at Flex and Hot 97 as Trump, CIA, FBI, and
I don't know if that went over some of y'all heads. I'll help y'all decode. The feds is combing through all these radio stations, and what they're saying is that it's ironic that the two people who just got let go were the two people that Flex back in the day was saying or trying to spread a rumor they were taking payola. So he's like, how come he was just early with it on some, Kennedy got killed before he got killed. So they're basically confirming the feds is doing a sweep up at Hot 97, probably all these radio stations. The payola must stop. The payola must stop. Holy. Again, I wish these brothers would get their money, but just don't do it on Hot 97 and Power to 5.
very similar to Flex tactics. I don't know who learned from who. So
now they're all claiming that Flex is playing like some dirty game, getting rid of all these niggas.
Yo, by the way, Flex was saying make radio great again. That did happen.
Yes, I did hear him say make radio great again, which is hilarious. Listen.
And by the way, coincidence that the powers that be at our station seem to be very right leaning. But anyways, keep going.
I am not speaking from any actual fact that.
Oh man, Flex, shout out to you, man. You got these boys scared.
Don't let 50 Cent smack him on the ass.
Yeah, you got these boys scared.
I have so much music to play. Here we go. My guy comes to me and says, "Yo, Flex."
What'd he say?
This guy wants to take my 5 o'clock spot. He says, "Hey, man." The guy tells me, he asks him, "Where would you like to be in the next couple years?" "I want to do 5 o'clock." So the guy that wants to, let me refer to him as snake number 1. Because there's 2. I'm gonna get to snake 1 and snake 2, but let me stay at snake 1. A guy he put on.
Mm-hmm.
I call him. Why would you say that to enough? What possessed you?
Okay, I'm not getting too deep into this, but I think y'all get the gist, man. A little drama going on at radio. What's the problem? Chat. Can't even lie to y'all. Little baby, we're still looking out for him. He hasn't been spotted in weeks. Last time he posted, he said the leaks was coming. He said it was dropping on the 15th. Then he said, it was going to be the 5th of September. News flash. It's the 10th. Haven't heard nothing from the boy. All right? Haven't heard nothing from the boy. Last update I got on little baby, was that he was reviewing the Young Thug interrogation tape to find out if Young Thug kept it real street nigga-ish. That's what I heard. I don't know. He said he was Googling some words. Heard, he was trying to figure it out. And whenever he comes to the determination if Slime kept it real, he'll make his determination. But we all know, man, according to Thug, the top three, the big three out of Atlanta is Slime, Wham, and Savage. So we're going to see whenever we can find Baby, but he hasn't been seen in 5 days. If only this happened around the time of the white party. But they said they can't find him. I was looking for Baby. I don't know where he's been. I checked every gambling hall. He's not rolling dice. I checked every library. Well, I knew I wasn't finding there. I checked everywhere. He's nowhere to be found. I hear Pluto won't reactivate his Instagram until the dust settles. Nobody wants to be here. How ironic. This is the time we want to hear what Pluto thinks. And not my dog. We're talking about the actual guy. So we don't know. Future disappeared. Shot my man Savage, but me and Savage might be related. I'll tell you that. He over there doing a 23andMe in Jamaica. You know his family's from Jamaica too? Yeah. My boy doing a 23andMe in Jamaica. Yeah. Pluto. I checked every scallywag's DM on Insta. They said Pluto hasn't been there neither. Can't find Pluto. Oh my God. I checked Zara and H&M. Can't find Le Bebe. Where's these rappers gone? I don't know, chat. All of a sudden, we can't find half of Atlanta. It's crazy. I try to find all the bitches that Future bought APs, and they all told me they've been traded in. I don't know. Where is Wham at a time like this? Where is Wham? Don't know. Where is Pluto? We don't know. There's an old video going around of supposedly Le Bebe having an awkward moment with Young Thug. It's an old video. And just to let y'all know, yeah, this is old. Right here, it's old. Where it looked like he kind of walked past me, looks at him. Baby looks over here. He walks past him. Thug stands here. Number one, this video's old. But regardless, we want Le Bebe. We want Le Bebe to pop up. Now, there's a nigga named Zona Man. I don't know who this is. They keep saying this is Future right-hand man. I don't believe it. Because he's talking too much. I've never seen a street nigga type in paragraphs. That's a fact. Most of them could barely read. Most of them are damn near illiterate. This is too much typing for me to believe you're really from the streets and you fuck with Future. Anyway, niggas was telling me this is Future right-hand man. He says, this ain't shit to get upset about. Now, they're talking about Future, that call where Thug was talking about Future. So he said, that ain't shit to get upset about. It's just part of the game. The people you show love can end up hating on you, looking for reasons to act out, plotting, both men and women scheming. When you're that standout person consistently, all right, you know this ain't Future's right-hand man. Ain't none of Future's right-hand man could spell consistently. So that's a problem right there. Consistently proving yourself. Remember this. Shit ain't about nothing. You got to be prepared. Train yourself and condition yourself to stay numb to the BS every single day. If you slip, you fall. This happens to the best of us. Whether you're working a 9 to 5, in a trap, or in a rap game. We shouldn't be shocked by any of it. Despite all this, Pluto shows real love for his friends, family, etc. I've only witnessed this firsthand. That's why what's happening is confusing yet expected. Okay, that's definitely not no street nigga typing like this. It's genuinely sad to see the mind games being played, which everyone thinking they're playing chess. But honestly, he do not care about none of this shit. He's focused on creating great music and going far away from where we came from. All this shit that comes with the territory of being that nigga. Think about it. When you're making moves, living in your own world, how many people do you know get jealous over the smallest things? It's wicked out here, man. Many people might hate to admit it, but they need Pluto. He show love freely. He do verses, support his friends without expecting shit in return. All this chaos is a message for the young bros out there. Tighten up, focus on your money, and be cautious. You can't really say Pluto wronged anyone. He just made a mistake. An honest mistake. And knocked your girl that wanted to be knocked because she saw a better opportunity. What the fuck? I know you're not talking about Future. You're definitely not talking about Future. I mean, Young Thug, Future not talking about Young Thug. Or this nigga not talking about Future and Young Thug. What the fuck? Why would Future fuck Thug's girl? Nah, that's cap. This gotta be cap. He said, many people hated each other freely. He ain't wrong no one. He just made a mistake and knocked your girl that wanted to be knocked because she saw a better opportunity. Every guy I know, including me, has been faced with similar scenarios. That's just part of life. I'm just glad bro remained sane amidst all the bullshit he go through. Keep doing you until you're ready to do something else, brother. Ski. And it says, it had to be the formula. I'm not normal. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch, chat? On that note, chat, I am out of here. I will not validate or say any of this. Future. If they keep saying this your right-hand man, so if, people gonna believe him, unless you say something, either you come out and denounce this nigga or just stay ghost. This will blow over in about a week. Okay? And Spider, we need a new album, bro. Yes. I don't care what niggas say. I listen to all type of people. I listen to spiders. I listen to slimes. I listen to snakes, rats, roaches, anybody that got the good music. Okay? Just give me the good music, and that's all I ask for. Chat, I'm out of here. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I'm going to see you a little bit